Very complex, brutal, disturbing crime scene.
One of Boone County's most horrific killings remains unsolved. It's 12 years later, but the detectives working the Stephenson case are leaving no stone unturned. In recent months, their investigation has led them even to Indiana to look at a possible connection to this highly publicized Delphi murders.
Yeah, Jessica Schmidt digs into these new developments in part one of this story from Cincinnati's Crime Vault.
Detective Coy Cox and his partner make up Boone County's cold case unit, yet they say the murder of Bill and Peggy Stephenson is far from cold. In fact, they've traveled to at least 14 other states to follow up on leads, including several trips to Delphi, Indiana. And they're pursuing potential breaks in the case using a DNA profile.
May 29th, 2011 was a sunny Sunday in the suburbs.
It was a spring day, like most around here in northern Kentucky.
But the day quickly turned dark after a gruesome discovery.
It was a very complex, brutal, disturbing crime scene.
Two people, both 74 years old, were found dead inside their Boone County home. A beloved husband and wife, Bill and Peggy Stephenson. A concerned family member found them when they didn't show up for church.
We think it was, a very quick surprise attack. There was some blunt force trauma.
Detective Coy Cox and his partner Tim Adams were sent to the scene. The house had been altered and the bodies were staged.
There were things that were done to their bodies that was horrific. They changed several things in the scene, which is really, really unusual for any murder scene anywhere in the country or in the world.
Whoever killed the couple did not take off right away.
There was quite a bit of time that the perpetrators, the killers, stayed in the residence or felt comfortable coming back to the scene.
In general, detectives believe that kind of behavior points to a suspect who knows the victims. And Bill and Peggy Stephenson were loved by many.
They were amazing people, good Christian people. They wanted to share their faith and their love with the community. And
they've missed out on so much. They've missed out on weddings. They've missed out on 3 new great-grandbabies, graduations, like I said, weddings of the grandkids. All the grandkids are married.
That's Bill and Peggy's daughter, Beth Stephenson Victor. She describes her parents as devoted churchgoers, a couple who loved their big family. Peggy was the quiet one, an experienced and talented musician.
Played for many weddings, funerals, played for a couple of the grandkids' weddings. She loved to play the organ. She played the piano too.
Bill was the opposite, known as the life of the party. A man heavily involved in ministry, he shared his faith with truck drivers every Sunday at a truck stop in Florence.
They had a trailer out that they would open up during the week, and if truckers wanted to stop in and pray, they would pray with them.
That connection to the community became a possible lead for detectives Cox and Adams. Today, they handle the sheriff's cold case unit, but they're still investigating the Stephenson case. Over the years, they've interviewed a lot of truck drivers.
Early on in the investigation, we had information that someone had been at the truck stop looking for Bill pretty aggressively, banging on the door of the chapel, asking if anyone had seen Bill.
There are truckers they've ruled out, others still on their radar. They've also looked into Charles Stevie Stephenson, the nephew of Bill and Peggy. Detective Cox says they've even spoken to him recently. Stevie is locked up, spending life in prison for beating an Indiana woman to death with a skillet.
We feel pretty comfortable that that's in a good place. There is no final statement on there. It isn't that he's been cleared. but we have certainly vetted him in every way possible.
One of the largest developments in the case could still bring them the break they need to close it. Detective Cox says they have an unknown DNA profile.
We don't know who that DNA belongs to, and it was found at our crime scene.
It is complex, so genealogy isn't an option, at least right now. There is testing they can do to try to find a match, and that's something they're actively pursuing.
We're just still hopeful that they'll come up with the right evidence that they need, and a confession would be great. But we're still hopeful that they'll solve it.
More than a decade later, tips continue to come in. Detectives even traveled across state lines in recent weeks to see if what happened to the Stephensons has any connection to the murder of 2 young girls in Delphi.
We had received some information from an individual regarding the Delphi murders in Indiana, and they had said, for all of these reasons, we believe it may be the same person that was involved in the Stephenson case.
There's still much more to share, and part 2 will explain what detectives are doing now with that DNA profile, and will tell you exactly what led them to Delphi and what's happening now with that lead. Plus, Bill and Peggy's daughter shares more about the impact this tragedy has had on the family. Part 2 is at 10:30.
A nightmare that you never wake up from, and that you wouldn't wish on your worst enemy.
So for nearly 10 or 12 years, the dark, devastating murders of Bill and Peggy Stevenson have left a lot of loved ones just living in fear.
Yeah, answers could be coming as detectives follow up on new leads involving DNA testing and a potential connection to Delphi, Indiana.
Jessica Schmidt explains the very latest developments in part 2 of this story from Cincinnati's Crime Vault.
Well, at this stage of the investigation, detectives tell me they are not prepared to rule anything or anyone out. They've tried everything, including talking to mediums and psychics and announcing a $50,000 reward for information. And they're working on some of their latest leads right now.
The disturbing deaths of Bill and Peggy Stevenson left so many in the Boone County community shattered.
It was just horrible, just to find out that they're both gone and that it wasn't an accident, wasn't carbon monoxide, it was at the hands of somebody else. It was almost too much to bear.
The couple was murdered inside their own home in May 2011 after living lives filled with love and ministry. Their daughter Beth calls it an incredibly scary situation.
You were constantly looking over your shoulder, and just up until about 3 years ago, my front blinds never opened. Just within the last 3 years, I've been able to sit with the blinds open.
It was a complex crime scene.
It's pretty bad that somebody could stay, that they could stage something and stay with bodies like that for, multiple hours. It's pretty sick.
That's why detectives Coy Cox and Tim Adams are not willing to close the door on anything.
We are careful in this case because of the complexity of some of the evidence, not to say that anyone has been ruled out. But we certainly take it all the way down the path as far as we can to where it's like, okay, we don't see the need to go on down this path because it's not looking like that is our individual.
In November 2022, a tip led them to a neighboring state.
We had received some information from an individual regarding the Delphi murders in Indiana, and they had said, for all of these reasons, we believe it may be the same person that was involved in the Stevenson case.
Right away, detectives started looking into a possible connection between Bill and Peggy's 2011 murder and the murders of Abby Williams and Libby German in Delphi, Indiana in 2017, a case that's garnered national attention.
There's things that will make you really interested in a case, simply more than just somebody saying, hey, we think this person might have been involved. But we had a little piece of information that really made that case specifically interesting to us.
The information pointed Boone County investigators toward a specific person who had a specific item they were interested in.
I'm not going to tell you about that, what that item was. We recently been in the northern part of Indiana, investigating this guy, following him around, looking for things, collecting all of the information and the evidence that we would need to at least vet him as best we could with our case. He was cooperative. We were able to go down that path with him, and he articulated good reason to why that may have existed.
They sent what they found to Indiana State Police, since they are handling the murder investigation of Abby and Libby. To be clear, Detective Cox says their investigation into a potential link between the two cases did not include Richard Allen.
We received information from Indiana as it related to some persons, and we forwarded that to them. We did not send them the information that led them to Richard Allen. We sent them information that may have had some parallel consistencies with where they are with that case right now.
When Boone County detectives were in Delphi, Allen was already in jail, where he has been since October of 2022, accused of Abby and Libby's murders.
I know that sounds a little cloak and dagger, but I'm just sorry about that. We're not going any further with that.
That's not the only lead they're following.
We have two gentlemen that are in the trucking profession that we have collected DNA from, and we are awaiting response back from the Kentucky State Police Lab.
They're waiting on results from the lab to see if the truck driver's DNA matches the unknown profile found at the Stephenson crime scene. It has Detective Cox feeling hopeful. As someone who has been on the case since day one, it's personal.
That's hard. That's on my watch. That's my case. I want to solve it. I don't want to say it's more special, but it's a very special case, and really like to get it solved, as we would all of them, obviously. But yeah, this one has a little extra, tug.
For Bill and Peggy's family, all of these developments feel like a step toward peace, justice, and healing.
Somebody deserves to pay for what they did. And I think we owe it to them. I keep looking at their picture. We owe it to them, to find answers for them.
We brought up a lot of leads in this two-part story: DNA testing, the nephew, Stevie Stevenson, truckers, and of course that possible connection to Delphi. So where does it all stand right now? Well, Detective Cox stressed they have not ruled anyone out in the Stevenson case. So even though some leads don't look as likely, they haven't eliminated any of them completely. Now, he won't say if they have any specific suspects or people of interest, but told me he does believe whoever did it has committed other crimes. He did confirm they know the exact time the couple died because of a medical device inside one of the victims, something that could help them pinpoint the killer. Anyone with information on this case is urged to call it in right away. Now, you can watch all of our Crime Vault stories online right now on fox19.com or on our free news app. We also have a podcast called Cincinnati's Crime Vault Beyond the Broadcast. An episode on this case, the Stevenson case, will drop next month with more details from detectives. Jessica Schmidt, Fox 19 Now.
They sound like a really...
Okay, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Please, let's do a little sound check, see what's up with that. Okay. Sounds like it's working. Maybe a little too hot. All right, welcome in, everyone. So tonight, we are welcoming Mr. Alex Voorhies and Miss Spooky Sokoki, among others. So please give them a round of applause as they come in. And I hope that all of you are ready for a very nice show tonight. Now, I know that all of you follow the Delphi murders case, and I'm sure most of you in the chat and in the viewing audience were paying attention to the developments in the courtroom today. And I was elated. I was all over my pages, exclaiming joy that inconsistencies, truth, and lies are all surfacing in already in the very, very first day of trial today. So all I can say is hold on tight, because listen, ladies and gentlemen, I've never been a braggart, but the bottom line is that we know what the truth of Delphi murders is for the most part, and so does the defense. And the amazing thing about that is the defense has the opportunity to seize the moment and not only defend their client, Mr. Richard Allen, but possibly assist and aid in the disclosure of the facts of the Delphi murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German, a bit of truth and justice that's been waiting for just about 8 years now. And it's really a joyous occasion. So I urge all of you to remain optimistic and be hopeful, because you never know what the next day will bring. And that's how life is. Every morning when you wake up, you never know what you're going to face and what the next surprise will be. So I urge you all to keep your optimism up, keep those vibes high, because what I sense is a huge unraveling of a tale that's been spun, a huge ball of lies. And those of you following closely will know that already today, many lies have been exposed. Many lies already today. And just imagine, we have a month left. So, yeah, you guys just enjoy it. Enjoy it. And never mind the gaslighting. Never mind the perspectives that will try to make you feel crazy, because you know what is and what ain't. And I think we have a lot in store. A lot in store. Okay? So just be patient and allow this process to play out, and enjoy your popcorn, is the way I've been saying it. Right. So tonight, we are going to be adding to that disclosure. And for that purpose, I decided that I would like to invite Mr. Alex Voorhies on again to help again provide some insight into the curious linkage to the Delphi murders of the Stephensons case. And that may seem a little far-fetched, and we know that there's been some compromised troll farm creators who have told you that there is no connection whatsoever. And well, tonight you're going to find out. And that's one thing about the truth. They can never stop you from finding out. And that's what they're afraid of. And so tonight you will. And there's a big cause for optimism in the Stephensons as well. And I think Alex and I will be sort of heading in that direction tonight. But, you know, there's things we can say and things we can't say, obviously. Greenlee says, I felt like they're glossing over everything hard so far. Oh, you don't worry. They may, but we won't. Listen, I'm not like most of your creators. I don't have to be the type who has to be first with any sort of breaking anything. I'd rather be second and thorough. And so what I'll be doing is I'll be keeping a very, 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 very close tab or close tabs on everything transpiring in the courtroom. I'll be piecing it together and presenting it for you after some thoughtful consideration. For instance, probably tomorrow or the next day, we'll be getting into the first day of lies and showing them for what they are. So you guys don't worry about that. There's no reason to be stressed. Hey, it's Friday night. For everyone on the replay, we want you to know that it's just Friday, October 18th here when we are doing this live. And that's what it is. So if you're watching this at a later time, keep that in mind. More things may be floating around here, but guess what? Guess what? Irrelevant anyway. Like I said, we're going to prove to you, well, at least we're going to put a little bug in your ear regarding the linkage between Stephensons and Delphi. And I think it's an important linkage because maybe some of you don't realize some of the similarities that actually exist. And, God bless Detective Coy Cox, he was the gentleman that you just saw in the introductory videos. We know that he can't talk as well the way that he would like to, but we know what's in his heart. And for that reason, we support him 110%. And so this show tonight, we're going to dedicate to Detective Coy Cox in his unceasing search for the truth in the Stephensons and Delphi murders and all the cases he's worked throughout his life. We want to pay our respects or give nod our head to Detective Coy Cox. So that's what tonight's going to be about, tipping the hat to Mr. Cox. And that's what's up. Hey, Rick. What's up? Rick Snay in the house, ladies and gentlemen. Delphi After Dark. He's also fighting the good fight for you people. You're going to hear a lot on Rick's channel too, and you've already heard a lot. if you listen to the past week of shows, yes, he's done some amazing shows. I think together there's a whole contingent of us who are doing amazing work, and a special shout out to Sleuthy Goosey too. I messaged her today. She's going to be providing some assistance as well, and she's just an amazing human being, and I want to tip my hat to Sleuthy Goosey as well. So anyway, that's about it. Please forgive me for not greeting everyone in the chat. Normally I would, but I'm glad to see you all here, and maybe we'll greet you at the end. We would definitely try to include you, and hey, I'm just so glad to see all the familiar, lovely faces. And as others come into the chat, please greet them. And also, listen, if you're on the Lurker crew, join the chat. It's friendly in there. It's for you. It's for me. You know, it's the chat is where it's at. So make it happen. What's up, Dean Johnson? All right. So you guys, let's welcome on in Alex. I was a lame-o here, and I forgot to send Alex the link to get in. So here, we're going to let Alex in now. Maybe he'll click the link. Alex will come in. We'll start our presentation. We'll get into it. We'll invite Spooky Sakuki, and then we'll invite Rick and Adrian and anyone else who wants to join after the presentation. And boy, tonight should be an amazing night. What an amazing day in the courtroom. And I am just so happy that we are all here together. It's a time for celebration. So you guys be happy. Well, look, Rick's dipped in. So let's say hi to Rick then. We'll wait. Alex is nowhere to be found. So let's. Hey, Rick.
How's it going?
Oh, good, man. I'm so happy with the show today.
Yeah, you know, I was kind of late getting started tonight. With all the money that I've made from the bets that I made with people that Richard Allen was going to plead guilty, I bought a llama. It's kind of an impulse buy.
You've been collecting, yeah.
I don't know what I'm going to do with it. It's just standing out there in the backyard. But, you know, I had all this money laying around. So, hey, Alex, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's up? Hey, this is a good show for Rick because I think you were the first show I did after the Stephensons presser. Other than Matt Sullivan on his Facebook, you were the first YouTube show.
Right, yeah.
And at that time, it was very confusing. And they told me it was somebody else that sent the tip. And then they said it was me and somebody else. And they said it was just me. So it kind of ties into that. And I remember, basically, the agreement, it wasn't a big agreement or top secret or anything to do with the case. It was basically that, like, I would stop making a fit about it, basically.
Make a what?
Stop, like, because I was going at it with Cox at the time. You remember, in Facebook, I was pissed off. And then he finally let up and gave credit to Ruckus. Gave me credit on Ruckus's and to Ruckus behind the scenes. And then a month later, he gave credit on that Fox 19, like the audio only thing. So then I was kind of like chilled out. But, that was the agreement at the time, was that I would like chill the fuck out because I was going crazy at Cox. Because remember, Rick, I told you I wanted to go on your show originally to like chew out Coy Cox.
Yeah.
Yeah, who has the echo? How do we have an echo?
Rick, I think we got a little echo.
I turned off my other.
Let me turn this crap off.
Let me see here. Yeah, I've only got the one window open.
Testing. Who's off? All right, let me try. It might be on my end, huh?
You're loud and clear, Alex. I know that. Maybe it's you. Yeah.
Shit. Let me see. Let's see. It's only when I talk, huh?
How about let me mute you for a minute.
Yeah.
Okay, testing 1, 2.
Yeah, testing 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, it's Alex. It's Alex.
Man.
Oh, I think we should kill him.
Oh, there's plenty signed up for that. Well, dude, I mean, let's start with you. Geez, I almost called you Ruckus, Snake. Yeah, what'd you think about the lies, the gaslighting, and the bullshittery out in the courtroom today? Was it, what'd you think?
Well, I remember hearing that Greeno had gotten in, and I thought, okay, well, now all bets are off, But I think I've heard about every possible explanation for all of the evidence and the lack of evidence and so forth. And I so I'm used to it. I'm used to hearing it put out there, and the thing about what was going on today is, like I stressed on my live stream earlier, the whole thing comes down to, what's that? Hop bump it. Oh, okay. I thought they were saying something about my sound. My sound earlier was low. I had to turn it up. So, but the whole thing for me comes down to that Nick has had this case in mind now for 7 years at least. He has had the suspect for 2 years. And now he has had all this time to plan his case. And in the double murder of children, these 2 little girls, he can only find 15 minutes to give this jury an idea of what his case is all about. And I think that shows how incredibly flimsy their case is. It's just sad.
Yeah, I mean, I think he has a problem. I think he has a huge problem ahead. And I was telling someone yesterday that at this point, I think it's all come down to money. Because you think how much money they've already spent, okay? My assumption is this. Should Rick Allen get an acquittal, he's immediately going to sue for at least, I don't know, what, 100 million?
Oh, yeah.
And then should he go to appeal, that's going to be extra money, okay? Mm-hmm. So my assumption now is they're sort of in a no-win situation. See, I'm hearing an echo too. Jesus.
Dude, that's a staple of Delphi live streams. It's part of the culture. Is the glitches and
it's a terrible echo. We've never had this before. Yeah,
it's just like sampling in hip hop. You're going to hear the crackles and all the bullshit.
But I think that the money is the key now, because if it's like they've spent money now, so they don't want to drop it because they figure they've spent the money, they've got to show something for the money. If they drop it, they're going to get sued for 100 million anyway, plus what they've already spent. If he gets acquitted, they're going to get sued, plus what they've already spent. And if it goes to appeal, that's more money. So either way it goes, it's a huge expenditure and liability. So I think at this point, they're just determined to go, because it's like they know they got a flimsy case. The defense is rock solid. It's going to fall apart. And it's all about politics, I think, saving face and pushing forward no matter what.
Right.
I mean, I think about money. So
Yeah, I says it's just a hair, no big deal. Yeah.
yeah, perfect.
How do you not test the hair?
Yeah, that's a trip. And you know, I hear stories from a lot of people of murders similar to Delphi, before Delphi in Indiana, that have some parts of it. So yeah, that makes me think organized crime. We got organized echo chamber in here too.
It
It
must
reminds
be
me of
rigged, man. Let me see
Snow
if it's
White or
rigged.
something. Remember? I wish you will. I wish you. Remember that crap? That's right.
It's rigged. It's rigged. Yeah, Rick, it's your situation at this point.
I'll go out and come back in.
Okay.
Let's try it. We'll troubleshoot it.
It's like a circle
Feedback.
of echo, it's going around.
I like the wishing well. Feeling like I'm in the wishing well sometimes. You know.
Yeah, well, it's not me or you. So I figured when Snake came in, it seems like there's something feeding back through his mic.
Oh, monitor or something. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Shoot, dude. Well,
shit.
whatever, dude.
It's not me, man.
Yeah, we've had audio glitches every stream I've been on personally. Shit, even Trendifier or whatever. You know, there's always that's how it is. It's like playing a rock and roll live. You know, there's always going to be some bullshit.
I hate the feedback. Yeah, Spooky. I hate it.
Yeah, let's bring Spooky up. Fuck it. All right, so let's get into it. Yeah, so there's some stuff going on, and then Stephensons is for sure going to pan out after. Yeah, here's how you know it's going to pan out after trial. They've been dead silent since they know people are watching now and been watching anything Stephensons in regards to Delphi. So it's been silent since June, and that's usually not like them. They usually have something during August or fall or whatever. So once trial wraps up, the floodgates are open. They're gonna say some crazy shit, dude. It's gonna be wild, dude.
Hey, well, let's get started with this, man. While Rick figures it out, and we'll see what happens. Look here.
Oh, he said drop the link again. Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Drop the link. Let's put this up, and he can be in here for this. Let's see.
Oh, this is UFO stuff. So this is only if you believe that the Alan lore of 4chan, that he was being harassed by 4chan. They talk about a second person on the audio. And this was found by Wife Lilith. This is Wife Lilith's research, and me and Prof got the original 4chan threads. She posted this about a year ago, and they're talking about a second person at the crime scene.
Let me
with
read
Alan.
it.
Yeah.
It says, so this is someone called Anonymous, obviously. This case took on a lot of media coverage. The cops in this area are looking for him like hounds, but they have no clue who he is. And they definitely believe there are two suspects. I don't know if it's because of, and there's a link to a post, but it says, but from my understanding, they have audio of two male voices.
Oh, it's back.
It's back, Rick.
Setting.
I'll see if I can figure it out.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, Rick's never had that before. He must have changed his setup.
Yeah, it's some sort of monitor.
So basically,
shit.
You know what's funny about this point, Alex?
What?
The audio of Guys Down the Hill sounds like two different voices. You know, it sounds like someone says guys, and it sounds like a whole other person says down the hill.
Yeah.
Then you have what has always appeared to me to be two males described, one in all black and one dressed like a typical Indiana dude, you know, like a bridge guy.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. That's always been the rumor for a while, at least two people, and that's kind of played in with Tony Klein, Keegan Klein lore when that was going strong, and now the lore is big on Stephensons because, you know, we're going to show that later. They're talking about finding another guy connected to both crime scenes. That wasn't Alan. They are very clear that it's not Alan, but they say it on professional like podcasts, and then we saw it from the criminal underworld side, fucking probing around about it, basically this year, you know. And we know everybody and their mother wants to know what the fucking item is, and I don't know what the item is, so
we'll get there. You guys relax.
We'll get there eventually, yeah.
So yeah, so what am I saying? Two guys described, in my opinion, one guy in all black. We have other anecdotal evidence of another guy in black, both in the cemetery and in Riley Park with Toe Blesby. So we got a guy in black. Then we got this bridge guy. And in my opinion, and I know this is going to be a little controversial for the gaslighters, I've always believed, hey, ask ACV. I've always believed we have a female involved.
Yeah.
Female. We got a female and more than one male. It's always been my opinion. Now, you know.
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, I've said that for a while. It's because of even other females have said that they sense that either in the orchestration or the staging part of it, you know. And you know, true crime is like mainly female, but I think especially Delphi has always had like even more female probing around, hovering around. I think the reason is because of a lot of the mystique around it, and danger risk factor is female centric, basically. So whether there's organized crime involved, whatever, there's like that female touch to it, you know, more than usual. So I do think the stager or orchestrator, if there is one, is female for sure.
Well, you know what? I there's parts of my theory that I've never really spoken on my channel.
Yeah.
But I would say that part of my theory is yeah, like what I first understood about Delphi is there was a female who was sort of running things, you know.
Yeah.
But so this says Cox said police are yet to determine whether one or more people may have been responsible for killing the Stephensons.
Yeah.
He theorized that one person may have murdered the couple while another staged the scene. Not ruling any avenues of inquiry out at this time, Cox said identifying the unknown DNA profile found at the scene is key to finally cracking the case. He also said it's very complex and that they were there 3 to 8 hours.
Yeah, they were there quite a while. I think they have day of the crime witnesses and evidence that we don't know about. But I think as time goes on, they should release as much of that as they can. That doesn't have to do with the crime scene, just because you know, it's been like over 10 years already. So it's in legit cold case territory. That's the thing with Delphi. It was kind of cold case territory, but not quite, because it hadn't passed that 5-year, 10-year mark, you know. But once you get past a decade, you're in fucking cold case territory for sure, you know. Yeah.
So what are we looking at here? This says the investigation took an interesting turn in November last year when Cox and his partner Tim Adams received a tip. That's from Alex Voorhies, y'all. Libby and Abby were found dead in a wooded area on Valentine's Day 2017. Potential Delphi link. Like the Stephenson case, few details have been shared by investigators, but the girls' bodies are understood to have been posed, just like the Stephensons. And both had lost a lot of blood, leaked document said. According to Cox, the tipster listed a series of reasons why the culprit behind the Delphi murders is the same person who did the Stephensons. The tip didn't concern Richard Allen at all, who was arrested and charged with the murders of Libby and Abby in October of last year, months before the tip came in, Cox said. However, investigators in Delphi said the reason to believe Allen was allegedly not the only actor involved in the girls' deaths, they have reason to believe Allen was not the only actor involved in the girls' deaths and are currently looking into other potential suspects. Declining to specify who the tipster accused of carrying out both double murders, Cox said the information pointed investigators toward a specific person who had a specific item they were interested in. Now, Alex, you did not name a specific person, did you?
Yeah, I did. It was a Michigan person, Michigan hitman person.
Is that one of our persons in our presentation tonight?
No, it was a very like alien. I was the only one with that theory, but people before me, I read in the comments, had said that they thought they looked similar because the blue jacket, the person that committed the Chelsea Smalls murder, and the person that the BG video, because the blue jacket and the hat, stuff like that.
I gotcha.
Yeah, so we're about to show my POI that I had before arrest, and since then it's pretty much been Allen or Allen and alt suspect, or I've been working on other shit too, other cases, whatever. But yeah, the one I put in the most work on was not Allen. It was this alt suspect that we're gonna show.
Now let's see here. ACV says, "What the hell, a Michigan hitman person?"
Yeah, that's what it is.
You want to talk about that before we move on?
Yeah, we're gonna show him in this tip. He is.
Oh, I thought you said no. You see, I didn't tell you this. I'm only kept this page from your tip in. I booted all those others because we shown them before.
Yeah.
So I just
let Chelsea Smalls case suspect, basically.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, and that's it. But I think the reason I think it's not that person. If there is another person involved, obviously, but the police are kind of framing it in that way that they think there's somebody else involved. So they're kind of grasping on that moment. So they're like, well, we have other tips that's not from this guy, so they might pertain to you. We know you're still out there, and that's why we're basically trying to put it out there that we're still looking for you in particular. And by you, I mean the alt suspect, the person with the, all the shit. The other person besides Allen that was at both crime scenes.
So this says, I believe, all the listed murders below. We've done this before, y'all, but I'm just showing it for the new viewers.
Yeah.
Are possibly linked to the murder of Bill and Peggy Stevenson. You guys have interviewed a bunch of people in regards to Stevenson's case, so hoping this picture might click. The term gait has been used interchangeably with hitch or limp by the press in many of these cases. There's evidence that limp is fake to throw off police, such as Oakley Al Kite's murder. Common threads are a killer with a gait, especially on his right leg, someone who's Jack the Ripper type of fanboy, throat slashing followed by body posing or post-mortem mutilation, which we had in both Stephensons and Delphi. Okay.
Yeah, I knew back then I was walking. I knew there was some organized crime element, dude. I didn't know it was going to be as bad as it ended up being. I thought it would be like 2 to 5 people, tops. But no, there's a lot of hands in both those cases for sure.
Both up, I think. Yeah, staging.
Yeah, they care about Delphi more because it's more hot, more people covering it. Stevenson's,
exactly. Delphi has the mystique and the appeal of the bridge guy mystery video that has garnered a lot of attention, but doesn't mean Bill and Peggy Stevenson are any less important. Staging, someone suspected of being a transient, a truck driver maybe, suspected contract killings. Whoever this is falls in the category of an organized killer, says Alex Voorhies. The pictures I included are from a gun store robbery from 2013 in Jackson, Michigan, rumored to be related to Chelsea Smalls' murder. There may be some overlinkage here, but there's definitely something here. A similar playbook is being followed. A lot of these are definitely from the same murderer. And then he lists a bunch of stuff that I excluded because those particular points are less relevant, and we've shown them before. But this particular summary here shows you that the idea that we're looking for an organizer, a an oddity with a lot of staging, a lot of mutilation, a lot of post-mortem wounds. I noticed that both crimes appear to have blunt force trauma and Jack the Ripper slashing. Both have post-mortem wounds, I believe. Both have staging. And we're going to be blowing your minds tonight. And Alex, I actually have a surprise for you tonight, but we'll get to that.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. I want some real-time reaction out of you. So I'm putting you on the spot. But okay, this says, I'll let you cover this one. So I'm not doing
That's this year. They're probing. That's a local Midwest true crime podcast. They're probing for the alt suspect on Stephensons, and they're saying that after adjudication of Delphi, they're going to move forward with stuff they shouldn't. I basically, dude, here's a couple weird things about this. These people never covered Delphi or Stephensons before. These people in particular put it on the 13th this year. Put that they're looking for another person. So I don't know. You could read it this way. It's like, it's not the Michigan guy, right? You could say that. They're basically like trying to scare whoever else is out there. Like, hey, police are still looking for someone that is not Richard Allen that was at both crime scenes. And then, you know, they put the adjudication part, which is like another scare tactic from police. So it's like, we have more freedom once Delphi is done. We go after you a little harder, a little more. We could say more, do more. So it was, and they're ex-law enforcement, both of them, those people on that podcast, that particular podcast. So that's a probing from, I would say, police side. And the reason I say that is because right before Delphi, Stephensons presser, a month before, their sister channel posted a Delphi Stephensons presser. And after I made a tip earlier this year, the next day they put some shit up, probably about a month before this one. So that's probing. To me, that's probing from Midwest law enforcement. They're trying to scare somebody in the Midwest still, that they're still looking for people that may have been involved in Delphi and Stephensons. And then we have the criminal underworld version of that too, which some people say is law enforcement, not criminal underworld. But even if that is law enforcement, that means the same thing, that they're still doing probing scare tactics for the same reason. So I personally think it's criminal underworld doing that probing. And it was around the same time. Yeah, this is it. This is a fake granddaughter shit, dude.
Yeah, she says, can you please expand on it? So here you go.
Here we go. I never should. First time it's been seen. I've talked about it a bunch. Yeah, hello, my name is Addie, but you could call me Star. I have joined this because I recently found out what happened to my great-grandparents back in 2011 when they were murdered. I was only a baby. I somehow found several posts on Facebook talking about their murder, although I was stunned. I never was told how they died. I always assumed it was from old age, but it clearly wasn't that. They were murdered. The fact that this case still goes unsolved today makes my blood boil because of how someone could have gotten away with such a crime. This has affected my family so much and has now greatly affected me. I still miss my grandparents, Bill and Peggy, and love them dearly. May their murderer or them forever live with their guilt. And so here's a couple of things sketchy with that. One, I know all the Stephensons grandkids, great-grandkids, whatever. She's not one of them. Two, look at that freaking taste okay user. Like, what kid makes a name taste okay? That, like, when I told Cryptex, that's like making a username as a kid and calling it like spicy Latina XXX. It's like not normal, you know.
Let me slow you down for that, because you know I'm not disrespecting our audience and saying they're slow listeners like I've done before.
Yeah,
I'm just saying I like breaking it down because I want people to really get, because Alex has been meditating over this for like a year or two. This is new to you, so there's a few things about this. First of all, this is not one of the Stephensons' granddaughters. Okay. Additionally,
somebody pretending to be.
It's some weirdo pretending. It's like a catfish account. So
a female Anthony Shots.
Yeah. So
basically.
One of the things is that the language in here, if you read this language, it don't add up. Okay. First of all, how would you just find out that your grandparents are murdered? Like, no, you're going to know that growing up.
Damn.
Secondly, some of the phrases, like I have hypothesis pointing out here, blood boil, like I have hypothesis says, make
Have
my
you?
blood
Yeah.
boil. A 12-year-old, come on.
Have you ever heard a 12-year-old say, "I went on Reddit"? Ever? That's like older
That's,
people's shit.
yeah. And then like Alex was pointing out, the absolute most weird red flag, if you look up top, the username is tasteok9030. Taste okay. It's kind of weird, isn't it? Kind of pedophile, isn't it?
It's a pedophile account, but they, besides honeypotting and trying to get sleuthers caught up and use as blackmail, like, oh, you're a pedophile, we caught you with Stephenson's granddaughter, that type of crap. The main thing, they were probing for the status of the investigation. So they wanted somebody to correct it and be like, well, good news is coming, baby. There's been an arrest made. I can't talk about it right now. Or say, something like that. Lady. Don't worry, baby. I'll save you. I'll save you from the perp. I don't know. I should have told her. I should have said, dude, you killed your grandparents. You're gonna get arrested. No, I should have said it. But
now, look, I'm gonna get into trouble for this, but let me just go ahead and say it. So this is basically like a manifestation of what Alex and I and others experience in the Delphi murders. So we have people behind catfish accounts who come towards us in the information farming, probing type of motive. Like, let me let Alex describe some of that. But same deal, except they don't come to us as 12-year-old girls.
Basically, let's say
as women.
Let me say, if I had messaged that account, it would have been a fish hook that would have just been used against me for the rest of the case. So let's say I messaged that account, no flirting, no nothing. They would have been like, what are you doing talking to a 12-year-old girl on the internet, you fucking sicko? And you know how it goes, dude. So like, yeah, there's kind of like, it's kind of peaceful right now there, but everybody knows without me having to say it, who's doing what and why they're doing it and where they come from. So, that's all I got to say, but a lot of people are naive and they want to remain naive because it's easier on the brain. So it's just like, there's a lot of naive people that are good that I just don't wish to go there with, because it takes a lot to go there with, it takes a lot of energy, and sometimes it just is what it is. But yeah, that's definitely criminal underworld probing for Stephensons,
Probing for info. And it's funny too that I'm noticing here, my name is Addy. Well, what is Addy, y'all? Come on.
Adderall, yeah.
Adderall, okay? And you can call me Star. That's another stripper name. So like,
exactly, dude.
This whole thing is really like
it's
scummy.
A female. This is like the closest to Anthony
Addy,
shots.
Star, taste okay. No.
It's a Anthony shots, but on the Stephensons case, basically.
Yeah.
Like I said, they didn't know me quite well, I guess. They were probing to see if I think that was meant for more than just me. I think it was meant for a couple people in particular. I'm not going to name them, but it was meant for a couple good meaning people, and some are female too. So I think it wasn't a sexual thing. I think main mission above all was probing status of the investigation, basically, and see what they could get. It's a lot of it is info farming. You got to remember, info farming comes before any other craziness like sextortion or harassment. Info farming above all. So that's what it was doing.
This ACV is adding the piece of someone pretending to be a fake granddaughter on Reddit. Theory is that it's a trap to catch true crimers talking to a minor. They're trying to some pedo honey trapping, pure meth thinking. Yes, exactly.
So that's it. So earlier this year, you have police probing around Delphi Stephensons, and you have criminal underworld probing around just Stephensons. No Delphi, but for sure, I never in my life seen that type of catfishing on Stephensons until Delphi got blended in the mix. So
there you go. What is the timing of this?
So police probing was February 13th, 2024. This was like March 2024.
Wow.
So,
this year.
They were worried the shit was hyping up, dude.
Wow, y'all. So, I mean, the assumption here is that they're all freaking out because
They
they
are, yeah.
turned up on both cases, and
Yeah.
and
Well, that's the
hell,
thing. People, they can argue all they want after trial. It is going to be revealed who was talked to, what happened, the nature of whatever happened. Fall 2022, because they could bitch and scream all they want. Fall 2022 did happen, and it did have a relation to Allen. So organized crime or not, it means there's other people aware. Let's say even Solo World, there was other people aware of what happened and kept their mouth shut for whatever reason, and they opened their mouth for whatever reason. So that happened. You can't say that didn't happen. That happened. It happened. You can argue all you want. It fucking happened. It's important. And me and Prof are going to say, like, validates all our work, a lot of people's work, everybody that works with Prof. And it happened. It
and
fucking
old
happened.
Rappy too. And we're going to turn up.
Raffy too,
See,
yeah.
we're turning up the heat tonight. I hate to tell you guys, but we'll get to that. in a
Yeah.
moment. So before we get into the next one, Alex,
Mm-hmm.
would you give a quick refresher on like the seriousness and the reality of the detectives going to Indiana multiple times and looking into Delphi and Fort Wayne and North Indiana? And could you give like the quick rundown for the people? Because I think that there's
It's
some
serious is
denial
that
also.
it is criminal underworld, because they even say somebody else got arrested. So they say Allen got arrested and then they went after. I think personally, dude, this is a new theory I came up with lately. I think they did that for Allen's own protection. So, and somebody else's protection too. So it's like, oh, so and so didn't snitch and lead to Allen's arrest or lead to this happening. We question them after Allen, even though we all know it's sent before, whatever. That just gives more indicators that it's criminal underworld and people are scared. Organized crime, people are scared. So they did talk to other people besides Allen, and they said that it was it had parallel consistencies with where they are in their investigation. So it's like, is nobody can address how they were investigating other leads after Allen's arrest, like ones that hit the news, not ones that they like thought maybe something and buried. And here's the thing, dude, everybody's like, well, I know this happened and that happened, and I know this is how it is. Nobody, including myself, knew that the Delphi Stephensons presser was coming. Not one person, not anybody, not your favorite gatekeeper, not anybody high up, prosecution, defense side. Nobody knew a thing. So that's how I know now something is coming after trial, and nobody knows a thing. None of us. We don't know what it is, what it's going to say. We just know that it's about that event and any new information. Because you got to remember, I'm not the only person that sent information regarding Delphi and Stevens. Other people sent it after and possibly before for either case. So we don't know what else is coming out after. But I do know, by them sucking back and not saying anything, that something for sure after trial is wrapped up is coming out for sure. Yeah, so it's a good time, man. And that's the thing, that's what I've told a lot of people is Stephensons, dude, the reason why it's important right now is because it's mainly a validator. It's an important validator for a lot of past shit that people have researched or knew about. So like all that early like meth lore or a lot of different type of lore in Delphi, it kind of reaches into the future through that indicator point, so it's really one of the hottest confirmation points right now that a lot of that shit is valid, or at least some of it, and which still means, even if only some of it is valid, that still means organized crime, which is a chess move, like I overrule your bullshit on a lot of other people's shit, pretty much,
There's one I'm looking here for you before we move on. Where is it? Let's see. Damn. It was Kayla or ACV. Let's see. Oh, it's ACV, this one. Okay. So let's put this on the record.
No, I'm not saying RA didn't RA definitely wasn't arrested for his own protection. I'm saying they lied about the date of the Stephensons tip for RA and other people's protection. Basically, that's what I'm saying. I think it makes sense, especially with like the nature of how things are. You know.
Well, I'm glad you answered that one, but I put another one up on the screen.
I thought it was covered up. Yeah, cat, we've seen so many cat fights, dude, between like regular sleuthers and criminal underworld versus criminal underworld. Fucking, I could go on and on, dude. Informants versus criminal underworld, informants versus informants sleuther versus criminal underworld, dude. It's just like, it's a cat fight case, dude. That's how I know, dude. It's like, there may be a female involved.
Basically says, did you say Richard Allen was at the Stephensons crime scene?
He was not at Stephensons crime scene,
Or
but
both
somebody
crime scenes?
else was possibly at both, I think.
And do you think he was at Delphi crime scene?
I think he was in Delphi for sure. He probably was, you know, but that's not what's hot. That's taken care of. Hell yeah, he's back, dude.
Oh no, the echo's back. Jesus
Christ. Let's do it with the echo. Fuck it, dude.
I can try one other thing. Let me try this.
Oh man, Rick's being a newbie tonight. This is his first time on YouTube ever. Okay, let's see. So, well, fuck. Let's just move into it. So I know that there's so. You know what's funny here is there's so much. Now I understand how detectives like to do, which is holding back details of the crime scene for strategic reasons, you know, for strategy purposes. But this thing has bothered me for some years. And when I first heard you talking about Stephensons, I started poking around. And I had seen some things about what was done to the bodies and put on the bodies of Bill and Peggy Stephenson.
Mm-hmm.
And the funniest thing was all of that was before these crime scene photos were leaked in Delphi.
Yeah.
So when the crime scene photos first leaked and I saw the sketches of them and then eventually saw them, it really bothered me. And so kind of been holding back on this for a while. And I saw someone, because I could not find the receipt. There's a receipt that exists regarding this that I just could not find no matter what. Okay. And anyhow, I don't know what had just happened. Alex dropped. What happened here? Let's see.
There we go. Sorry, I sent a link to somebody, so that's why. Can you hear me?
We're trying to get through this presentation. Hold on.
Fuck, dude.
Okay. So what am I saying here? So I had a hard time because I could never find this receipt again. And then I asked you tonight for the receipt. You couldn't find it.
Yeah.
You couldn't find it. So none of us could find this receipt.
But it's out there, dude.
A couple days ago, I stumbled upon something in the deep depths of YouTube comment section. And I said, oh my God, this is the closest I have to that original receipt from a year or two ago. And so tonight I want to show it to everybody, because when you understand this, and apologies, Coy Cox, we're not trying to ruin your investigation. We're trying to help here. We're going to try to make people understand why this is important. It says,
I've never seen this one.
It says, this crime is not a one-off. This is talking about Stephensons. It says, it happened years ago in Kentucky with the Bill and Peggy Stephenson case. They were found inside their home in the exact same manner as the girls. Bodies positioned, sticks covering them in the same pattern, same symbols painted on the walls. Just like with the girls, their throats were cut, blood drained, mixed together, then poured in a puddle away from the bodies. The TBI and KBI both tried to investigate Delphi, and they were barred from the case file. We clearly have a serial killer. If you notice the way Tree Man was dressed, Bridge Guy, he was bundled up for this unusually warm day, as if he had been out there all day hunting, stalking, waiting. Not just a jacket, shirt, and jeans. They are framing this guy. Plus, there's no such thing as ejection forensics. Guns are not handmade anymore. All ejectors are made on an assembly line by machines. There isn't enough tooling between batches to leave differences in markings. This has been proven, hence why almost every state in the union was banned, and has banned this pseudoscience from their courts. Maine betting the latest ban this bullshit. Oh, I don't know why he typed that way, but Maine,
Well, here's the new theory, dude.
Maine being the latest to ban the bullshit. As someone who worked for the DOJ for over 40 years, I can honestly say beware any evidence that FBI has had a hand in. Now, question for you guys. Is the first couple sentences of this statement accurate?
Yeah, it seems like it, dude. But here's the thing, dude. Imagine, so as we see it right now, it's a drug people trying to make it look like a serial killer. What if a lot of this shit is a serial killer trying to make it look like drug people? We never even considered that shit. But yeah, the first one's more likely with all the shit we've seen since, for sure. So
what bothers me here, okay, I'm going to break it real down for you. That's our breakdown tonight, and then we're going to let our next guest on. But
yeah,
bodies positioned. Okay, Abby Libby, bodies positioned, right? Sticks covering them in the same pattern. Sticks covering them in a pattern. Symbols painted on the walls. Symbols painted on the tree. Throats cut. Blunt force. Blood drained, mixed together and poured into a puddle. That's where Libby's blood is. Is that a mix of Abby and Libby's, actually?
Oh, yeah.
ABI, TBI both tried to investigate Delphi and were barred, kicked off. They asked the FBI to leave. And this guy claims that Bridge Guy was out there hunting, stalking, waiting. So what do you guys think about this person? Is this a nut case?
It looks like a criminal underworld prober.
This guy says that he's worked for DOJ for over 40 years. Now, this matches some of the information that has leaked out, but we can't find the receipt for it. Alex might talk about that, but yeah.
Oh, as far as
the receipts we can't find from Reddit or
yeah, dude. Somebody said years ago there was leaves and branches and twigs left on Stephensons. That's what they heard. It was on Reddit, and we do have from an article last year that they do say shit was left on top of them. So there probably was some fucking twigs and berries bullshit left on them, dude. Because yeah, all those freak shows, they love that shit, dude. All the twigs and the berries and all that bullshit. Oh hell yeah, dude. That's you got.
So right here is showing your distance from. Okay, so your distance from Delphi specifically to the Stephensons' home, 3 hours. 3 hours. Okay. So you got the same sticks on the bodies, same symbols in blood, same symbols of the sticks, roughly. Blood draining, throat slashing, Jack the Ripper shit, body posing.
Yeah, dude.
Close proximity. Well, let's show you the right here is Stephenson's home in the red dot down to the church. No, this is down to the literal church. Okay, so from Stephenson's home to the church is 11 minutes. Okay, right here, this is Stephenson's home in the blue dot, and over in the red dot is the truck stop, the TA Travel Center, where the truck stop missionary bus was.
Yeah.
So this is where the truck drivers would get their ministering services, and where this guy was banging on the door. Remember the banging on the door of the looking going
They're so
around.
suspicious of him. Yeah, that guy. He's in California. They're so suspicious that he knows something.
But notice it's also 11 minutes away. So both the church is 11 minutes from the home. The truck stop's 11 minutes from the home. And it would lead you to believe like it's only a 10-minute drive, right? 10-minute drive to get. So if someone from the church was targeting them,
I was saying it could be that guy, possibly.
From the truck stop, it's a 10-minute drive.
Well, yeah. If they say there's multiple people at the crime scene, you're saying he could have checked there first and then gone to their place?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That in other words, let's say you have multiple people, and remember Cox said it's over a 7-hour, 8-hour period. They could have been coming and going, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
You know, say they could have killed Peggy first, and then went look for Bill.
Yeah.
They could have waited until he came home later. But in any case, yeah. Oh, and that's the daughter. I mean, the fake granddaughter. Now let's get.
This guy. He was talking to me last year, dude. This motherfucker from Indianapolis, Indiana, and he puts his profession as highly illegal. This is the guy I was talking about living in the trap house, like the drug den. He was stalking me. Inquisitor did a video saying Alex Voorhies tipped in tipped in the Stephensons tip September 2022, a month before Alan's arrest. This guy was all over my shit, stalking me and shit. I asked him, I'm like, what do you do that's highly illegal? He didn't answer, so I just tipped his ass into Coy Cox. I got his real name, whatever. And he's a career criminal. And I think, I'm not saying he's involved. I think he knows who did at least one of the murders, specifically Stephensons, if he was stalking me after Stephensons. But yeah, this kind of more proof, more indication that both crimes are criminal underworld or have criminal underworld people watching them for some reason.
He says here, highly illegal profession. Yeah,
I know who does that, dude.
This is one of your POIs. Okay,
Yeah.
and here's another one that you tipped in.
Yeah.
Why'd you tip this one in? You want to tell him?
Oh, I sent that. That's the same guy. Yeah, I had to get his identity. That's the same dude. Oh, Danny Taylor. Yeah, he's the one who said it was a hit. He said it was a hit for Stephensons.
He says, I've always felt in my heart I knew the parties responsible for this. Made it sound like a contract killing.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. So then we got this here, and I'm gonna
Oh yeah, this one's important. Let's see. All right, so this year. They're talking about how the rituals are staging and that it's a hodgepodge of different rituals. So
so it says
it's a little bit of this, a little bit of that. You
looks like something else. It's staged to look like something else, and it's really not close. So this expert in satanic rituals, and believe me, Detective Cox, Mullins, Adams went to the ends of the earth. Okay. The official description, there's not enough one thing to make it any kind of ritual. It's a hodgepodge, like Wiccans or pagans or basically peace-loving. You know, and I've always thought that with Delphi. Like the funny thing about the Delphi staging, in my opinion, is it's like a hodgepodge. It looks like someone with some interest in the occult, like some Wiccan, some pagan, some Nordic, and kind of their idea of what that might be. I've always thought.
Yeah, I remember the rumors were before the Odinism shit really popped off, because Odinism has always been there as rumor, but it was satanic too. Remember that shit? They said satanic, and the tarot cards or whatever. And
it's like a hodgepodge, yeah.
Aleister Crowley shit. Yeah.
This is
and Raffi said that years ago, but they said it today, you know.
That's true, Raffi. Can you repeat that? I'm sorry to talk over you.
Oh yeah, Raffi said this like years ago that it was a hodgepodge. Basically, he said different rituals or whatever for that purpose of like staging and confusing and shit. And basically that the people that did it were fans of the occult,
fanboys, cult fanboys.
Yeah.
Okay, then it says. Detectives someone wanted to confuse detectives and just borrowed half-ass rituals from all these other places to make it look like this and that. These people will be fucking confused. So I think it was 2016. I saw an interview with Detective Cox, and I was flabbergasted. He was being interviewed by a female reporter. Might have been the Fox affiliate. And he turned to the camera and he said, I know someone has a message for us and we don't understand it. So we would love you to reach out to us in any way possible and let us know what you want us to know. Oh my.
Yeah, no. It's crazy,
Yeah.
huh?
It's crazy shit. I mean, the same with Doug Carter saying the killer may be in this room. And then on another interview on TV, he said, I believe he'll be watching this interview. Like, they're always so certain, which makes you think serial killer shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And this is just
Yeah.
more confirmation here saying that things had been laid on top of them and around them. But he didn't say sticks, but it was sticks, y'all. Okay. We didn't have a crime scene. We had a scene the killer wanted us to find, just like Delphi. Okay. Hundreds of potential suspects, POIs, same thing. Now, I don't know what
Yeah.
just.
Well, when it says the things being laid on top of them, and you put that with the rumors that it was like branches or twigs left on one of the bodies, it kind of makes sense why they thought it might be related to Delphi or why they still think it is that way, you know? Oh, this has to do with me and Sakoke when we were going crazy this June. This thing came out like in June, and they were talking about me. They go, the man who came to police with this tip is said by detectives to not be a suspect. And that was in June. And then
Well,
they
hold on,
also,
but then it
yeah,
says they have said that there is a specific item that is their main focus.
yeah,
Yep. Well,
it's gonna be crazy, dude.
and this
Oh
is
yeah,
interesting. I thought this was so interesting when you sent it to me, dude.
implies criminal underworld. Yeah,
It says, like, look how fucking crazy this is. When have you ever
yeah,
heard this? There's some information that has just come to light that has been sitting at the bottom of the ocean for 12 years, and suddenly it's washed up.
yeah.
That's such odd phraseology.
It is. Yeah, somebody held some shit back for years, but that wasn't the killer. But then said some shit later, so that means organized crime. That means
Yeah.
organized crime. Dude.
Well, dude, so yeah, that's what I mean. I have a hypothesis. It's such odd to use water because you would usually say a needle in a haystack or something that's been buried.
Yeah, this
But
is the bottom of the ocean.
for him
Yeah,
to say something at the bottom of the ocean that's recently surfaced, it's very
not even an
odd.
ocean in the Midwest, you know. So
There's no ocean in the Midwest. I mean, you got the Great Lakes, but that's about it.
yeah, it's
Okay, so
crazy.
let's get Sakoki in here.
Yeah, dude.
Fucking light
Click
this
that
party
link,
up
dude.
because, man, I think we're boring the people.
Hey, man, dude. We'll get the party started,
Snake
dude.
didn't handle it. I don't know what's his. Snake's having technical difficulty glitches.
Yeah, it's either your end or his end. The monitor shit, dude. It would always do. Hell yeah, dude. She's in here.
Spooky
Shit, dude.
Sakoki.
Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. It's
Can
good
you
to
guys
see you. Fuck yeah. Dude, we're just partying. You know what? You know what I mean. How you doing?
Thank
What have
you
you
for
been
being
doing?
patient with our presentation there on
Oh, it's
Stevenson.
no problem. I was really bothered by your guys' interpretation of that quote about something ebbing from the bottom of the ocean. It's
What's your
because,
interpretation?
well, it's because these cases and the actions that preclude them and will continue to likely happen if justice isn't properly served. It's going to continue. It's like the currents even in the Great Lakes continue eroding and slamming against the shore for thousands of years, and this type of evil will continue and is always there, even if it is deep under the surface. So that's all I wanted to add to that. But that's kind of a heavy start. It's nice to see you, Prof.
Oh, nice to see you. It's kind of cold here. Like I need the heater on, so I'm almost shivering. It's like, damn, is it turning winter so quickly? Like it was just warm yesterday. Now suddenly I'm like,
Yeah.
We got
It's
a
been
little chill in the air.
it's been gorgeous here lately in Indiana. I mean, you saw my pictures when I was out at the bridge in Delphi. What, this past like Sunday or something like that? I think was when I went.
Oh my
Uh,
God, Sakoki sent me the most beautiful few photographs from the trails, and unfortunately, she bumped into the prayer walk, the Troll Farm prayer walk.
I had no idea. I had no idea that was going on. I swear to
But
God.
at least you got the beautiful photos before all of the cops and the Troll Farm showed up.
Thank God. Yeah. Yeah.
So should I introduce? How about if I let Sakoki and Alex introduce Sakoki? Because I don't know. I know she's Sakoki. That's all I know.
Yeah.
Uh,
She's not an
well,
Odinist, but she's an Odinist. But
no,
she's
she's always been talking about Stephensons. Like before, there was only a few people. I can name 4 people that thought Stephensons was important. It was HCC, Grizzly, Wife Lilith, and Sakoki. And that was it. That was all. That was it. That was done. And then you, Prof, later on, you were one of the early birds, you know, and then Ruckus too. I'll give Ruckus credit. He definitely reached out to Cox and covered that shit. But then
which Grizzly do you mean? Which
Grizzly True Crime.
Okay, she's interested in it. Okay.
Yeah, she was. Yeah, she covered it a couple times. So there was only a few people, and then also Inquisitor and Chickpea, and they did a lot of work with me on a lot of shit afterwards, like a lot of alt suspects and you know, that news article that happened last fall was me, Inquisitor, and Chickpea. That went crazy, but that's how I even knew of Sakoki to begin with, like why I honed in on her, because she had tweeted about Bill and Peggy Stephensons, and I had searched up Bill and Peggy Stephensons in Twitter. So yeah, me and her, yeah, we talked over that shit, and then in June when we had started talking, they had started posting a bunch of press releases and weird shit talking about Stephensons and Delphi, and that they were still vetting the Stephensons Delphi tip, and that's why people go, it's just Allen. Case is solid against just Allen. Nothing else will come. And it's like, well, Mr., Mrs., you didn't even know about the presser coming in February 2023, and neither did I. So what's to say you don't even know what you're talking about right now, because you don't know what's going to come. And I don't know what's going to come either. I just know that you didn't know what was going to come back then, and I didn't know what was going to come back then. So I know you don't even know what's going on between Delphi and Stephensons right now, because nobody does. Like, you're not tapped into it. They go, oh, well, I know it's finished, blah, blah. It's like, no, you clearly don't, because they're still talking about it this year, a couple months ago. So that means organized crime, shit's going on, they can't talk about, we don't know about, but it's going to happen right after trial, you know? So it's crazy, dude. It's going to be a good one.
I mean, I think in the same vein, you know, with Abby and Libby, even if what happened to Abby and Libby are, you know, quote unquote random murders, I mean, these are incredibly vile personal acts to be committed against like each of these victims, both the Stephensons and you know, Liberty and Abigail. I mean, their final moments are horrible to try and fathom. But I think that there's something there that just kind of the way that information has and hasn't been released that really says without saying it that there is some type of correlation. But if they talk about it, then people are
also both police departments, you could think they're completely corrupt to the core, complicit or not, that's fine, or partially, whatever. And you know, we all have our own opinions on that, but it looks for sure that they are afraid of someone, or at least someone knowing what's going on that's involved, for sure. So yeah, there's some weird shit going, you know, there's some weird shit at play that we're not privy to, basically, because for them to put out shit that hones in only to local people and not the nation or international, that kind of says a lot too. They're trying to communicate, have feedback from somebody locally, and not bigger. They don't want all the true crime crazies feeding into that shit or responding to that shit, basically, you know?
You know, that's a
It's only
good
for
point, Alex.
locals.
The
Yeah.
whole thing, if you think about to the killer who may be in this room, well, that definitely points to someone local. In the early days, they always said, we believe it's someone who lives in or has lived or worked in Delphi. And then to allege that he knew that the killer would be watching TV would also say that it's someone like with this obsession of following. Yeah, there's there's a whole lot there that it's easy to overlook if you don't really like break down every little piece, you know.
Yeah, and like I said with Carol Daniels, they went and searched Carol Daniels after Stevenson, so that means where their head was at was drug murders made to look like ritualistic murders, made to look like serial killer murders, but it is drug murders because Carol Daniels is like an organized crime type scenario, you know. And I don't want to shit on the victims or anything like that. It's like everybody knows that that was like a drug thing, you know. So it's always over money or drugs. That's like it's not like the end all be all. There's other crazy crap on top of it that is even more shocking sometimes, but that's usually where, like I said, people get put on the map for that type of shit to happen, you know? So like, I mean, let's give an example, Prof, briefly. The crazy shit you and me have seen on this case, or Sakoki, that we've never seen in our lives before. How did we get on the map for that? By investigating a case that had to do with what? Drugs. Then you see all this shit. Everybody's seen drugs in their life or in the parking lots, grocery store parking lots, whatever, like homeless people doing drugs. Like not that jarring, but how do you get all this craziness that we got after the fact by getting put on the map by dicking around with cases that have to do with drugs, basically, you know? So it's the same for the victims of these cases. And that's why people say, well, I don't believe it's the end all be all with drugs. Like, well, that's true, but that's how they got put on the map is that type of shit, basically, you know? Yeah, so Carol Daniels, Charles Stevenson, you know the rest. It goes on and on and on, you know?
No, I think that's a good question. But to be completely honest with you, Delphi is one of the few cases that, I mean, you know, because I have other cases that are even more local to me and even more personal to me. Like, a girl that was basically kind of like an older sister to me and like babysitter when I was younger. She was murdered and left rolled up inside of a carpet, like just completely discarded, like she was nothing. And they never found out who did that. And there are two other cases that are local and personal to me. That for me, it's just like Delphi. It has a very eerie similarity, and I mean, so many different deaths surrounding Delphi. That I mean, it's sort of strange to me when you think about it. Like, overall, like this entire portion of Indiana, we have a rather small population. But why are we so okay with, I mean, these murders happening and like not not incarcerating, not even just murder, but I mean like violent crime, strangulation, child molestation, like
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's crazy, dude.
yeah. So it's really opened my eyes to like who the fuck is all actually really around me in Indiana. Yeah.
Some crazy shit. How long has that been building up for? Since like the last couple decades, or what? Was it more tame in the past, like in the 80s or 90s, from what you've heard, or was it worse?
What do you mean by worse necessarily?
Like, are the murders more heinous, or the crimes more heinous, or the crimes more frequent than they were in the 80s or 90s?
Honestly, I would say that they are just as cold and brutal as they were in the
Yeah.
80s and 90s. You know, off the top of my head, this was, I believe, Yeah, it was about 6 months before, no, sorry, 4 months before Libby and Abby were murdered. But if you Google search like Little Egypt, Bremen, Indiana, and the girl's name Desiree Jones, I worked with the brother of the person that is incarcerated for what happened to her, and the strange thing is that like that was an area that always, it was like an urban legend area. Like it literally was
Yeah.
like Troll Bridge. Um, but like allegedly like murders had happened out there, like back in the 80s and stuff. But yeah, right before Delphi happened, a murder actually happened there, and a person walking their dog in the morning found her partially burnt body, and called the police and reported it.
What type of
So it's
I mean,
very,
what seems scary there, dude, always in those Midwest areas, like the fact that there's less light at night. So like, less cities infrastructure, it's kind of creepier because like it's darker, right? So like yeah, it feels like that's where you kind of like feel like it's like more old school folklore type stuff,
And you
It's
got a
crazy,
whole
dude.
you got a whole lot of poverty, a whole bunch of meth, I mean, let's be real, Midwest, bro, Midwest.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
rough here, dude. We're 30 years, like it's not even a joke. We're 30 years behind, like either coast of the country, and like even Colorado, you know what I mean? Like you
That's
guys
why it seems Mexican style, a lot of the shit. Yeah, police and criminals, yeah.
straight up, yeah. It's Mexican style here all day.
Yeah, I mean, it's like border. It's like the small border towns, cartel style, but it's white boys. I always call it the white boy cartel to be funny, but it's not
Yeah.
funny. Yeah.
Yeah. What type of folklore creatures do you have over there? Are they all like Native American creatures, or what they got as far as Indiana? They have like any
I
mine creatures, like creatures that hide in the mines or
You
some
have the
shit?
don't you have the grassman, the Kentucky grassman in the Kentucky?
No, I'm not familiar with the Kentucky grassman, but I do know of a number of Native American cryptids, and then I know of a handful of cryptids that were reported by respectable individuals up to and including the Indiana State Police.
What you
Damn.
got? Okay, what you got? What are some?
I think I'll start with like the North Americans story because it's fascinating to me for a lot of different reasons. But it's not too far from Delphi, maybe like 30 minutes north of there, where there is an area that has a lake that's called Lake Manitou.
I know Lake Manitou, the Manitou
Yeah,
monster. Is that what you're talking about?
yes. And because as you know, Manitou can mean good spirit, it can mean evil spirit. I mean, it's all dependent on the context, but it's also known as the underwater panther, but it's mainly lives in the like Lake Superior area and guards all of the copper and precious resources, and there are pictographs of it to like warn you to not go out there, and like thousands of years old pictographs telling you to not go out there and take those resources. So back in 1838, at this lake, Lake Manitou, which again is probably about 30 minutes north of Delphi, um, the white people tried to get the Native Americans, like force them to like dig out the lake and hunt and work around there, etc. But the Native Americans refused because they believed that the underwater panther because of a channel that was found underneath where they dug out that lake. It's like an underground river that, like, no idea where it goes type of thing. They say that the Manitou travels through there, and all of the game and people and things that you would come across are possessed by evil spirits and are not just like regular animals. So
Yeah.
we have that. That is a Potawatomi written and oral tradition. And then also the Potawatomi, the Miami, Lenape, like have the tale of the Wendigo, which is like similar.
Yeah, another Wendigo.
Yeah.
What scares you more there, the Native American ghost or the settler ghost? From your experience.
From the things that I think I know and the things I've read, the probably the Native American ghosts, because
Yeah.
I read about he was a famous Indian that lived here in like South Bend area. His name was Leopold Pokagon. But the reason he was so highly revered was because when he was only 11 years old, he was found living on his own by another chief, and he had made a headdress for himself that was made completely out of human rib bones.
Damn.
Yeah. So there's like some really, and like what white people did to, colonization, disease, etc., all of that stuff. The Trail of Death, which is different from the Trail of Tears. I mean, that stuff I think really does have a lasting impact, and it certainly, especially culturally, you know.
Yeah. What's a trip? Yeah, it seems like people, I won't lie, like, seems like people there, the tweakers in the Midwest are more obsessed with the occult than tweakers in California. And it seems like in California, it's more like the elites are more in turn, like richer people, upper class, whatever. They're more in tune with the occult than the upper class in Indiana. It's kind of weird, you know. That's just from what I say. I could be wrong, but it seems like the tweakers there are more knowledgeable on the occult.
Well, tell us about the tweakers in California tweakers. What are their
What are
preoccupations?
they into? Shit. They're into like they're into stupid shit. They like partying for sure. Partying seems to be the big thing.
Parties,
You know, more,
maybe riding
yeah.
in cars, fucking loud music.
They like stories of like going into people's houses and jacking their living room TV while their family's watching it. They call it taxing. That's what they called it back then. They said, I taxed that guy. And they fucking stole his big screen TV while his family was watching a movie or something, shit like that, dude. But yeah, I didn't hear a cold shit. I never like talked to a drug cartel guy and then be like, oh, have you heard of the waters of Lake Minnetonka? And that's where the devil comes from. And that's why I have to do it. I'm like, I never heard that shit, dude, ever, dude. There's always other bullshit. But like in the Midwest, dude, it seems I've never, I've been in the Midwest, but I've never been to Indiana. But it seems like they're all obsessed with that shit, part of the culture.
If anybody's interested, I'd be more than happy to link the sources. I'm just, sharing weird bits of history to kind of like, because all of the stuff that's coming out of Indiana lately is bizarre, and a lot of the things that have happened in Indiana are like truly bizarre. So I think it's important that we kind of have that groundwork, that understanding to kind of not excuse what we're seeing, but see why and how it's worked for the state in the past.
No, there definitely is a demonic like vibe there for sure. Like that's unique for sure. And it is like a supernatural honeypot for sure out there. So that's why a lot of people are attracted to it. It's crazy, dude. It's something. It's unique. It's unique. It's something different.
I think it actually kind of like ties back into just natural history, like The
Yeah.
history of witchcraft in America in general emanates from the East Coast as settlers moved westward, so it's like it's way more prevalent in that Midwestern to North
Yeah.
region than in the deep South or the far West. Like, it's interesting, man. I don't like it.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
I don't think it's the witchcraft. I think it's the tweaking when you grab some of those things that are in the air, and then like you go with it and you're killing babies and shit.
Yeah, it has a weird pattern too, where it'll be like 8 events of you feeling like shit, feeling demonic, feeling depressed, feeling bitter, angry, and then 2 hyper overstimulated events where you feel like you love God, like no demonic shit, like everything's just where it needs to be. So it's kind of like a toxic, hyper inflated cycle. With the shit going on there, it's definitely unique, dude, for sure, compared to other places. So that's why I think people have that kind of relationship they have with the case where they hate the fuck out of it or the people on it sometimes, but they stay because they stay for those 2 out of 10 events I was talking about, and every single person on this case has had those, where you felt like just things were going right, like you were doing work, like all your work had been not in vain. Basically, it was for like good, good purpose. And the other 8 events, you felt like, God damn, I wasted my time, I may be an asshole, what the fuck am I doing here, type shit, and then yeah, it's that cycle, dude. It's like a crazy it's a kind of addicting to it. It's like kind of like gambling to an extent, but yeah, it keeps you hooked, man, because you're like, oh yeah, so this happened, I feel like shit, this happened, I feel like shit, but I know 3 cards down, it's like a mega fucking light energy fucking party time, so it's unique for sure, dude. It is unique, and it's strong. It's potent. It's potent in both directions, for sure.
What's this about? Talking about a hitman from Michigan. Are you talking about what is it, Greg
Chelsea Smalls.
or whatever?
No, not the other guy. Chelsea Smalls.
Sorry.
Yeah. Are we gonna get back to criminal
Rick said
underworld?
criminal underworld has a long association with the occult.
Yeah, it does.
Bringing it back to Delphi, just look at it. I mean, it's clear. Now, like this, what I'm saying is that it's very unlikely, in my opinion. I mean, it's probably 90% chance that it's not a cult, right? But whoever placed the sticks on the bodies and posed the bodies, they definitely had knowledge of, because without knowledge of the tarot, how could you pose those bodies in that way without knowledge of like making runic formations with sticks in the woods? How would you then attempt to replicate it? So
yeah, they were hyper fixating on that shit for sure.
I feel like they were intentionally trying to make it as confusing as fuck, and I think like make it be possible to frame it on multiple people, whether that's through the phone, which is staged evidence, whether that is through how they were actually killed. I mean, who actually took anybody where? I mean,
yeah, doesn't it seem like tweaker shit that they would like make a list of people that they wanted to have it lead to, and then go through that list and make a thing for each one? I've noticed with the tweakers I've been suspicious of on the case, they kind of just like, they do move like tweakers where they're like, well, yeah, I fucked up there, I made a mistake, but I can make it right later. Fuck it, and it's like they gave away the game basically.
Right. It's just like when I hear that, okay, you guys, I don't know how long they've known this, but I mean, if they knew that hair that was intertwined in Abby's fingers belonged to a female with reddish brown hair, and I believe it was Baldwin that stated that it had the actual, like follicule at the end of it.
The root, yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So at the very least, they should have mitochondrial DNA.
Yes. It's
And
unbelievable.
so why don't we know who that woman is? That the hair. I
Well,
mean,
let's talk about that because they didn't test it at all. It's unbelievable. It's actually freaking unbelievable.
mhm.
And it's another thing came out today was the fact that 2 knives were used. Now, who has talked about that ever? You know,
Yeah.
but 2 blades being used would automatically suggest 2 separate incidents. Now
Right.
whether it was separated by 1 minute in time or one 24-hour period in time, something happened that separated the use of 2 blades, and then therefore it could also be separated among 2 people. So do we have 2 murderers at 2 different times, or 2 murderers at the same time? Do we have 1 murderer with 2 weapons? Like, what do we have there?
I mean, let's say, Prof, all this shit, you, me, Sakoge, whoever, it's all bullshit, cuckoo shit, right? The fact that police are still probing this year, as we've shown proof of, and last year, hey, we're looking for other people other than the suspect that was arrested after arrest, blah, blah, blah. Can anybody find an example of that outside of Delphi? I don't think so, because it's organized crime. They hate to admit it, dude. They're so smug, so hubris, or they're so in on
Can you fucking
covering it up,
can you fucking believe that they sit there and tell us, we, the community, that we're not in any danger, even though these
That
are.
was infuriating, and they did so immediately, almost when they didn't know.
Yeah,
Or did
they didn't know. They never have known. They don't care. They don't care. Like,
But yeah, something big's coming, dude. That's what I said, dude. Like, it's coming, and they hate to say it. Mark my words, and I'll fucking eat crow on this shit, dude. It's coming after arrest. Watch some crazy shit happen, dude. Or not arrest, sorry, conviction. Once it's all wrapped up, watch some crazy shit happen, dude. It's gonna be legit as a motherfucker, dude. Cause I remember, dude. After
thank you.
Alan's, yeah,
ACB
hell
says
yeah, dude.
Koki gets multiple frame jobs. Doesn't matter as long as the crime gets solved. Shit. Hopelessly confused is the goal. Meth lover mindset excels at creating these endless halls of mirrors. Yeah, that's the thing.
Don't let the blonde fool you. There's a lot going on up here.
They do like hoarding in a way, but like in the mind of like useless shit, And then I think that goes towards the staging, So they're like, throw a little bit of this in there, a little bit of that in there, and this is what I like, blah blah, and just dump it all,
Right. And sorry, like digital, you're completely right. Like it won't give a full like DNA profile, but typically speaking, like mitochondrial DNA, or I'm sorry, matrilineal. I believe that's the type that can be derived from hair root, which would, be how they knew that it belonged to a female. Like that is possible. So, and I feel like I remember a certain someone that said they were bothered by the FBI because she had to give her DNA or give her blood like 7 different times to be run.
Yeah.
Yeah, sister.
Yeah.
See, Greenlee says, who were the main females at the bridge searching? A whole bunch of them. Half of them are females, or even like maybe 68%. Like a large number of the individuals were female.
Yeah.
Yes, it was a single strand of hair, and it was reddish, and it was long, and it was female. So who is that?
Yeah, some druggy chick.
Contenders. Hello.
To ride or die, dude. In drug world, that's like a common theme is Bonnie and Clyde shit. So we know. So, dude, if it was some druggy shit, dude, some chick was there that wouldn't have been there otherwise. Because chicks aren't like killers for the most part. I mean, we kind of know that. So, like, if she's there, she's trying to like. She's supporting some dude. Obviously, we know that. So it's like. That's why I think it's a stager, dude. It just like feels like it, poser, stager.
Yeah.
Let me tell you why I think that, Prof. Mortuary.
What the hell?
Sorry. I found out. Mortuary school, dude. Most of them bomber chicks, you know, most of the people starting to be embalmers are females. Yeah, they have.
You're
Yeah,
absolutely right. And guess what? We had a few out there that day.
yeah, exactly, dude. So that's why I think, dude, that it's a stager, dude. And then hasn't that always been a rumor that somebody that might have been involved in the case is like an expert with anatomy or how to drain blood or some shit like that? That would have been a female for sure.
Yeah, let me just say that, because I had my very first girlfriend, okay? Oh my God. So I'm in high school and she's like older than me and way sexy. And so we you know, after the first year or two, she like becomes a mortician.
Oh
And
man.
I'm like, no. But what got me to was that like she had the most unbelievable. Okay, so at first she was working as a what do you call the CNA, a nursing assistant. So she went from like the hospitals and the care facilities, and then she went into dealing with the dead, you know. And it was just the weirdest transition because I always liked her attitude about the patients, which was carefree and optimistic and joking. And then once she started dealing with dead bodies, it was just so odd to me because nothing changed. She didn't start suddenly like speaking down and like depressed and like respectful. She was just as like carefree and flippant and joking, but about dealing with these dead bodies. And it was so bizarre to me. And it eventually, I actually kind of pried me away from her because I was, after a while, I was like, I didn't think that's funny, you know? And yeah, I think there's something with people who learn that detachment from death.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
But old
Makes
Mark,
you go more. That makes them do weird shit they wouldn't normally do. Almost like
But like growing
their
up,
form of art, dude.
detached as fuck from death, like you'll like experience some real gnarly shit out there in the country. That death is just like part of the territory.
Yeah,
Like,
dude. Death, you know, I won't lie. I haven't worked around it for a while, but I enjoy not working around it, especially after COVID. But
yeah.
the worst part wasn't even the dead people. It's the families. Some families were really cool and really sick to work with. Others were really, you could tell they didn't love their loved one, but they wanted like respect or they want to play like games with you. And they knew they had leverage through their loved one type of shit.
Oh,
So that is where it really sucked. Sucked ass. But some of them were so amazing, dude. But yeah, dude, there is something to being around dead people all the time. You do get like an energy or something. You get some sort of weird shit, you know. So
well, yeah, it's
yeah.
natural. Like people aren't supposed to be like consistently
Around
exposed.
dead people, yeah.
Yeah, no matter how we try to healthily like cope with it, like it's just not.
I won't lie, me personally, I mean, this is like the first time I'm saying this, but when I worked around dead people all the time and had like their scent on me and shit like that, people in real life were like more afraid of me, and I think it's because that scent, it like tips them off, you know, or something like, oh fuck, you know, so like. Yeah, people. That's why a lot of dead people, though, they smell like shit, and to people like toxic, and people stay away because they know it's like an evolution thing to stay away from where somebody has died to go get the fuck out, you know, get the fuck away, you know.
Right. Usually indicates illness, sickness. So.
Dude, I don't think I ever said it. Did I tell you, Prof, or Skokie, about that guy I knew in Lake Elsinore? This is like decades ago. He used to like homeless people that would get cremated or whatever. He would donate their bones to a college without telling the family or some shit. Because like once you burn a body, it's ash. So the family's not going to know what happened to it before then. So he would donate their shit to a college without the family's permission. So he would make money on the body without the family's getting permission. And then he would burn what's left. And how he got caught is his secretary, him and his secretary had a altercation, like grievance or whatever, and she ended up like totally snitching on him and throwing him under the bus, and she got immunity. But you know, for those couple of years that he was donating like family bones against their wishes, he was making like a lot of money, like millions, dude. And he would go on trips all the time and shit like that. But he ended up going to jail for like, I think it was like 10 or 15 years, you know? It was crazy.
I don't mean to like cut you off or anything, but I kind of want to go back to one of those questions.
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, somebody was asking about like the territory dispute and like the motorcycle activity.
Here. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. But dude, that's what people I hate on this case, dude. It's like I'm gonna be nice today because there's a lot of semi peace treaties on right now, you know. So I'll be nice, but it's like to laugh at the motorcycle drug shit is just so stupid. They go, ha 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 ha! You brought up the motorcycle shit. You're stupid. It's like, no, I've been threatened by motorcycle people both sides of the case. So what do you want me to expect? It's like you guys are stupid.
No.
We talk about reality here.
Yeah, no, dude.
Oh, yeah.
I think I may be able to answer this question, which I did never think would be possible, but I think I finally get it.
Yeah.
I think that for me, anyway, in order to convict Richard Allen, there has to be absolutely no doubt, no reasonable doubt whatsoever. But on February 13th, 2017, at approximately 7 in the morning, David Jones and Jonathan Jewell, who were members of the Wolfpack Motorcycle Club, who also were renting a home property from the Patty's company. Anyway, they were in court that day on the 13th at 7:30 in the morning, and they were finding out that they definitely were going to be serving jail time, that there was no way around, because they had, again, beat a man and left him for dead.
Yeah.
So.
And I've been to tweakers' houses before where
So I think it's kind of like a mishmash of like they I'm sure that a lot of motorcycle clubs and other patriotic clubs definitely like rub elbows shoulder to shoulder, like that just goes on. But if someone had something against the other for whatever reason, it's certainly not out of the question.
Yeah. And
it rings more like an Aryan Brotherhood type
it
thing.
does, yeah. It's still drugs is in the mix regardless. That's what that's what we notice. Like people try to scrub out for their own whatever reasons, but like drugs is always in the mix regardless. You could have like Epstein level, elitist, Bohemian Grove, supernatural shit. It's like baseline drugs is in the mix. And even the motorcycle shit, dark web shit, fucking police corruption, any other shit, it's like it's there, but man, what was I gonna tell? I knew this tweaker kid, probably a city over. This is like 2 years ago. He was so obsessed with like being on the dark web and Tor or whatever. And what he would do, he did two things. He would go to Motel 6 and capture credit cards information through the Wi-Fi. People that didn't have VPN or whatever, and he would like sell that info on the carding sites, not that weren't on the dark web too. And then his big thing to impress chicks, he would buy like, what's that, Uber Eats or what's the other fucker? I don't know, DoorDash accounts that weren't his, and he would like have shit delivered. And I remember his girlfriend telling, it was me and my brother were hanging at his place, and she was like, "Oh yeah, he gets like, we get free DoorDash all the time, and he gets this shit on the dark web, blah blah." And then he was going on and on about the dark web and shit like that. And yeah, me and him had an altercation. I stopped talking to him because he accused me of being an informant, just because I had a cop car at the time. But he was so mad. But the point is that tweakers have an obsession with the dark web. That's just a thing out there. No matter what, it could be I2P Tor, whatever. They have a fucking obsession with it. And I will say, like, the dark web, Tor, whatever, it moves as slow as about probably the 90s internet. If you were on the internet on the 90s and how slow shit would be, it's about as slow as that. But me personally, I just like being on my phone a lot, dude. You save so much bullshit by being on your fucking phone, so yeah, you save yourself a lot of headache by not being on the computer, man.
No, yeah, I love to just like eat hot chip and be on my phone.
Yeah. Hey, Prof, you have the receipt of me chewing out Beth Stevenson on the
No, I took that shit away. I didn't want to.
Yeah, it's probably better not to show it.
Yeah, I was
that one's
like,
a good one, man.
It's not worth it tonight. But.
Not tonight, huh? We got some good ones down the road for sure, but no, we got all the information out. Like, we got the theory out about the other stager and the other bullshit, Damn, is Snake still up right now, dude? We should get him on this shit, dude.
I'll get him on this.
Yeah, let's get him on, dude. Heather Brown, dude. I'll take the echo, dude. We'll mute ourselves, dude. Like, have him fucking,
He said he was trying to upload stuff, and then his wife called him. So let me text him now. Let's see.
Yeah, let's get him on this shit, dude.
Come on. What am I gonna do? Little old me?
Like I'm gonna guilt him into it.
Yeah.
You fucking better. Like, let's just like. What
Yeah,
am I
he was trying to fix his software, and then Laura called in the middle of it. So hopefully he'll.
I feel like I'm vindicated to ask the question of like, what is it that I scammed you out of, and like, what am I here about? Like,
oh, he's over it though. He the show. He figured out who was behind. We can talk about that if you want. If you want to talk about some bullshit artists starting drama,
dude, Sakoke scammed me out of like $1 billion.
like, over here, like talking to all y'all motherfuckers if I was scamming everybody. Like, what? Like there are people actually scamming, like Gray Hughes and like people, crimes behind or whatever. Like,
yeah, I wish those stats were out there. Who scammed the most money on the Delphi case? But if you compared it against all cold cases in true crime, it would probably be a little amount compared to like all the other cases out there. But if you weren't there 2020, 2021 for that summer on YouTube, then you missed out on the huge grift, the huge scam that was like Scammer Central,
Definitely like heads and shoulders above the rest. I mean,
shit.
Oh man, it's no competition on Delphi. Like,
but no matter what, where you go, what industry or what, hobby, whatever, the top people, they always seem like miserable as fuck. But that's why it seems like to play into why they're so good at what they do, regardless, or talented. Seems like a lot of talent comes with a lot of misery. It seems like, dude.
I'll put it in the chat for anyone. Let's play slots. I'll pull the slot and say, okay, whoever clicks the link, let's deal with you.
Let's do it. Hell yeah, let's do it. Yeah, put in the slot, dude. I'm down for it, bro.
Yeah, he's on his
in here, dude. Get in my belly, dude. Get in my belly, dude.
Get in my belly.
Austin Powers, bro.
I'm gonna of.
It's like that addiction when you're like, boom, oh, I won 20. Oh, I won 40. Oh, I won 60. Oh, 200 up. Oh,
Shit,
lost
I might
60.
go to the casino
Oh,
tonight.
lost 50. Oh, lost 20 more. Oh, now I'm 60 in the hole. Fuck.
Oh, we were talking about the natives earlier, dude. I'm going to the casino tonight, bro, for sure, dude. After this shit, I'm hyped up, bro. It's not too far from me. But dude, I'll just say it flat out, dude. There are hot natives, like Native American chicks, hot as fuck, but they keep them so hidden, dude, on the reservation, dude. They're like tucked away, dude. Like, good luck finding them, dude.
Goodness.
Dude.
Looking at this chat, it's funny. It's like I'm getting a psychedelic world. Like the chat's all over the place.
I know. That's some trippy shit, bro.
Yeah, like digital, that's like not exactly, I mean, you got the gist of what happened, but no, there were no identical like twins involved in the.
Oh yeah, the twins Amish rumor.
It was not like any like changeling shit or
Oh shit, dude.
This one, does Anthony Weiner have relatives in Indiana?
It might be, dude.
I don't know. It's weird too.
Dude, that's how I know, dude. Like, I mean,
Nay, where are you?
yeah, let's get Rixnay in here, dude.
Yeah.
His fucking echo, though, man. It was like fucking.
That echo was unbearable.
But first, let me get the police in here. That way, because
it was almost some Darth Vader shit.
Yeah, because I know can start trouble. So
you know what I just thought that it might be is, you know how there's like an echo cancellation setting in the settings?
Yeah, it's turned off somewhere.
Maybe he had updated his app or something and had not pressed that button or had pressed it, and all he had to do was just go press the button, you know.
I'm glad he was in here for that, though, for sure.
Yeah, I need him to come back. Like, let's talk about it.
Oh my god.
I really like that. I don't want to be messy, but like, let's talk about it because, damn, you know.
Yeah. Oh, well, I'll be messy too, dude. Wait till we get in the future, dude. Oh man, Prof, dude, like. My ex-girlfriend stalking Adrian and Sokoke, dude, that is like, we can make like a whole month, 2 months of lives after that content, dude. It's going to be legit. Wait till we get to that, dude. That's going to be some high dopamine shit.
No, Jamie, that's what I'm saying. It's because Rick's speakers were echoing back into his microphone.
It's not echoing.
So everyone
Rick was
speakers.
That is, yeah, Jamie. I agree, dude.
Oh, look,
it might be on Prof's end, but it would be some mod. It could be. I don't know. We'll see. That's the thing. We're not having issue with Profs right now. Oh hell yeah, Adrian, how you doing?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, I had to turn all my lights off. My eyes are really bothering me.
Oh damn, dude.
I thought you were going to bed. I would have sent you the link. So glad you're here. Small Balls is yeah, he's struggling with technology with his wife.
We'll get him in here, dude.
Okay.
Like they say, Adrian.
It's time to be alive, dude. It's a good time to be alive, dude. Mark my words, dude. Stephensons is going to pan out after conviction, and it is going to be a validator for a lot of people's research before mine. And there's more than that, obviously. Like, I know defense prosecution have some shit coming. I don't know for sure what it is. I know it's coming, though. For sure that's coming. But it kind of validates a lot of other people's shit before, that came the case before me and shit like that. So it's coming, dude. Get ready, dude. It's going to be a good time, dude. It's going to be a real good time.
Indy Cindy, how did you know? Like, that's literally what I have in here.
Damn, you have margarita in there or what?
Heck yeah, I do. Are you kidding me? Yeah.
That's some wild shit, dude.
Tequila in there? You got tequila?
I think so, yeah.
I've been drinking Sky vodka all night.
never, ever, ever touch again.
Wait, what do you drink mostly, Prof?
That makes me crazy.
Hard liquor style.
Oh, well, I don't anymore at all.
They'll
But
fuck you up, huh?
but if I would, it would probably be brandy as my favorite.
Oh,
Yeah, brandy's pretty good sometimes.
Yeah, but no, what I would never drink, even if I was drinking, I'd never hit that tequila again, man. I had the worst night of my life on tequila.
God damn, man.
Tequila will do that.
Yeah, it's like if I smell, I get sick. Just the smell of it.
Yeah.
No.
You know what's weird on this case, dude? And I'll say it, dude, flat out. Anybody whose shit is like hitting and making the community panic, or police panic, or defense loving it, prosecution side's loving it, or something. Anybody that has any foresight on the case, they all have like they're all dabbling with like either Christianity or pagan shit or shit, shit of that, anything supernatural, basically. So, I mean, all four of us here pretty much have, and I know Coy Cox has a little bit, and a lot of other people, but
That's
yeah,
right.
there is something about that, yeah.
Consulting psychics on the case.
Inquisitor too. He's had some foresight for sure.
To say like that's all bullshit. Like when we brought the spirit box out a couple times out to the trails, the spirit box. Both guys who brought the spirit box out, you know what was the weirdest thing? They said the same things. And I made a point to make videos about it because it was so mind-blowing. They said the same names and the same basic things. But some people just want to laugh it off and discount it like it's like there's no.
Yeah, it's a booster, dude. I take all the help I could get, man. It's a booster for sure.
Kayla and Lisa, I mean, I don't understand what you're not understanding. What I'm saying is that this is the most joyous time ever for the Delphi murder scenario. I mean,
Yeah.
like truth is coming out because of the pressure cooker that everyone is in right now.
yes. Like, I never thought that I would see the day that like trial is actually occurring. Like,
I've been waiting for this. I've just been praying, like, please let us get to trial and let him remain alive, because truth will come out at trial. At least the start of it, the beginning of truth will surface. And that's an amazing time.
Yeah.
It's the best time it's ever been for Delphi murder.
I mean, it wasn't Trip like 2 weeks ago, dude. I said red hair, suspect, red hair, possibly female. And then they go, oh, red hair female, at the end. It wasn't just me saying that. There was a lot of other people tapped in saying that elsewhere. So like it is cool. That's why I talk about it has a feeling of gambling, like making bets and see what pans out in the future,
do you guys,
for sure.
do you guys think that, I mean, sure, like Nick cited his reasons sort of for not wanting to have the sketches be like included at trial, but do you think that part of his reasoning could have been the fact that, I mean, if Abby had hair of a woman intertwined between her fingers, like I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm overthinking it, but
you've already lost me in the but say it again. What is your
so okay, how Nick McClelland filed a motion so that neither the old guy sketch or the young guy sketch can be.
Yeah, we knew that those sketches were bullshit. They look like bullshit, dude.
Right.
They look like a bunch of bullshit, dude.
So the judge granted that the sketches cannot be referred to or brought up in court. And I'm beginning to wonder if maybe the reasoning for that was because of this female hair that was lined between Abby's fingers. I mean, because clearly the two can't have anything to do with each other.
Well,
let me tell you, dude.
Unless there's a couple, it's a man and a woman who, but there's, I mean, I think it's oversimplifying. It's like the sketches are supposed to be who witnesses saw.
Yeah.
But we now know that's all bullshit, because even the witnesses say we can't. It's like basically, from what I'm understanding, the reason they're not going to use the sketches and he wanted them out is because the witnesses can't look at Richard Allen and say, yeah, that's the guy that I had the sketch made about. Well, that's a conundrum, because if they can't say that that's the guy in the sketch, then that means all this time the sketch was bullshit or Richard Allen is bullshit, and they have to choose. But they don't want people to have to choose, so they're going to say the sketches don't matter. It's him that matters, that they can point the finger at. But I've never believed in those sketches. Like, the fact that a case would have two completely different sketches that are supposed to be the same guy, that still boggles the mind. Like, I've always said how when you go to the FBI website, it's bothersome because they show you the bridge guy video who looks like an older guy in his 40s or 50s to me.
And dude, I'll just say it outright. I called Cox, dude. I told him, are you guys still looking for an orchestrator? This was like January this year. And he said, yeah. And I'm like, fuck. So like, that means organized crime, dude. That means,
I guess what I'm saying is that the FBI website or the ISP website for Delphi murders, you go there today, bridge guy video and young guy sketch. And they both refer to that person as the Delphi murder suspect. And it's like, I don't know about you, but when I look at the bridge guy, I see like a 45, 55-year-old man with a large build. I don't see that little 19-year-old looking young sketch. So it's like instant cognitive dissonance. But this whole thing, it's like the whole case is fucking cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, on purpose.
Yeah.
On purpose.
There's
money. There's a lot of money, dude. The one thing about this case, they could say, oh, we mean business. You shouldn't have been here. We're fucking, we'll give it right back to you. We're drug world, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, whatever. You're old as fuck. You're on the old shit, dude. You're not new, dude. You're not new. You're not in your teens. You're not in your 20s. So, like, you're not as lethal. So, like, your legacy, dude. So, like, no matter what, dude, just remember that, dude. Your legacy, and we're not. So that's it, bro. So, that's pretty much it,
I forgot to add something. The reason that I was bringing up the whole, like, David Jones and Jonathan Jewell, like, having to be in Delphi court at 7:30 in the morning, I am in no way saying that they had anything at all to do with, like, the murders of these girls or that they were, you know what I mean, anywhere in the proximity of the crime, like, when this happened. I'm just saying that for me,
you guys caught me at a good time. I think Cajun S is connected for sure.
Reasonable doubt that, okay, there were, like, that's just some of the people who were out, potentially, like, out and about that day. So
I do have a question, Sakoki, that I never asked you. Has anybody ever pulled out a knife or a gun on you in Indiana?
a gun, yeah.
Was it a party? Was it a street? What was the scenario?
It was a street.
What was the reason, though? Were you walking in on something you weren't supposed to? Were you hanging out with them? They got raged out, or what was it?
Well, I had just moved to a new city, and a friend of mine, like, we didn't know where to get any kind of, like, weed, marijuana, whatever. So we just started walking around, like, bad neighborhoods and, like, trying to, like, make some ends with people. And I remember this, like, really big, scary guy came out on his porch, and I thought that he had a PlayStation controller in his hand. Like, that was my brain, like, protecting me from realizing that, like, a fucking but yeah, he pointed the gun at us and told us, like, to get the fuck out of there. But, like, yeah. So yeah, I've had
Yeah, you want to hear something?
other instances where I've had, like, guns.
It is a trip, huh? It is a trip when you have a gun pulled on you, huh?
Yeah.
It's different, huh?
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. I've never said this story ever. Only a few people know, but when I was living in Florida, me and my stepdad, I had just met him. I didn't like him at the time, but I love him now, dude. I love that guy. But we we were hopped up on Adderall in this hotel room in Florida, and we got in a fight, whatever, and he pulled out a knife on me, and I said, I got a taste for death, and I was like looking at him all creepy and shit, and then he goes to my mom, he goes, "Do you hear what you just said?" And then he fucking left. He left with his knife in the parking lot. But my brother, me and him were smoking out in the parking lot later, and he goes, "Dude, that was badass." Well, he's all, "Where do you get that from?" He's like, "Was that from an anime or some shit?" But it is crazy with altercations how much one sentence, two sentences can de-escalate or escalate shit. You could like completely squash a problem with two sentences, or you could completely like almost end your life with two sentences, dude. It's insane, bro. It's crazy how that works.
Yeah. Like trying to decide if you should go with the nuclear option or not. It's
hard, dude. It's a struggle for sure.
Hey, let me ask Adrian. What's up, Adrian? You
Hmm.
how much of the news from the trial today from day one, did you take in?
Oh my gosh. Well, it all began last night with the their I don't know what you would call that, but they're trying to like hoard the seating
Yeah,
for
yeah.
yeah. So like that was going around, and then the AP thing happened where I don't know, like they're saying like multiple places have now said that multiple members of the Associated Press were kicked out, and she wasn't going to give their um equipment back or something. So I don't, but then again, I've also heard that
Fake
it was
news.
only
Fake
one
news.
person or
Yeah. Fake news. See, I think I ain't gonna lie. I've had it with some of these defense dickheads. Okay, I've had it with them. I really have. And there's a whole bunch of PR that they're trying to whip out to sway things in their own manipulative direction as well. And I just have to call it for what I see. And like
okay.
Yeah.
part of it is that too.
Yeah.
They're basically that I've already read the reporting that's accurate from that, and the devices will be returned. They were confiscated because they were taking photos of the transport van of the jurors, which is an absolute no-no, or at least pointing the cameras in a direction.
Mhm.
They should have known better. And no matter who they're contracting for, so it being an
Right.
AP contractor doesn't matter. You fucked up.
Right.
But it's all gaslighting about the keeping the cameras and all that.
Yeah.
There's, like I said, there's a
Yeah.
PR campaign.
For
Obviously,
both sides, yeah, all sides, dude.
yeah.
Well, so then I listened to Andrea Burkhart, which I'm glad I did. But God, she was saying like you can't leave for lunch and stuff. Like that shit panicked
For-
me more for like everybody there
Let
than
me
like
correct
some of
that.
the actual information. So like
You can
yeah,
leave for lunch.
what's
Uh,
that?
so I want to explain that too, because I spoke to some people in the courthouse. It's like this. Basically, I think it's a good thing that what they've done. They've made it so that there's actually two rounds of audience. There's the morning round and the noon round. So basically, when you're there first thing in the morning, if you get in, you're good for all day unless you leave for lunch. Because once you leave for lunch, they open the line back up at noon or after lunch break for people to come back in. So basically, you could possibly have the opportunity to only go for lunch. So let's say you're busy in the morning, but you want to catch the afternoon session. So you could go and stand in line at noontime to be able to make it in. So I think it's a good thing because it really does open up more access. Now it might suck for someone who wants to be there all day and is privileged enough to get in and then wants to also have the luxury of leaving for lunch. So I get what's being said, but I
Yeah.
think you really have to look at it skeptically and think like, if anything, the positive way or the optimistic way to look at it is to say, no, it's opening the door for more people to actually attend, really.
Yeah.
So I
Well,
think it's
so
good.
yeah,
Wow.
then they were saying that Nick McClellan did a killer job. And Burkhart, don't forget, is an actual defense attorney. So she was like, yeah, I thought he did a really good job. He was loud, and I guess it's hard to hear in there. And he drilled home like very specific points, which made it easy to follow. It was bullet, bridge man, bridge guy, and then the brutality of it, of the murders. So then she said Andy did a good job, but his was like an hour in comparison to Nick's like 20 minutes, and he was a little bit more rambly, and he did bring up the hair again, and I think he brought up the second knife or something in that. So like he's slowly leaking information too. Which it's kind of like that feels like a tactic in of itself. What are they trying to do? So anyway, they got to like Becky, Patty, Derek, German, or maybe it was Becky, Kelsey, and Derek, and then a deputy of sorts. I forget. She said his name was like Katarian, or I don't know. So anyway, yeah, bridge, bullet, and brutal. Got it. That's how I remembered it. Sunflower. But so basically, like different things came out, and Teresa from Criminality pointed them out, that Becky was saying certain things that nobody ever said. Like it became the canon. It became part of the canon, but then it was like it was reversed. She didn't. So certain aspects of their timeline version were not what had been standard canon.
Oh yeah, we're calling that lies and
Right.
inconsistencies. Yes. So
Right.
either you're lying now, or
Right.
you've been lying for 8 years and now you're telling the truth. Either way, that's what I mean by this is an amazing time. We should all be extremely happy.
It is, but just so I don't forget, Kelsey said something about going immediately with Cody, and that wasn't part of the canon timeline.
Or lies.
And Derek said that he picked up the girls and took them over for the sleepover, Abby and Libby, but Anna said she did that too. Oh, and Anna took the stand. Anna took the stand too. So both of them could not have, picked up the girls from Anna's and taken them to the patty. So, there was just some conflicting stuff.
Let me just say, I fuck with Anna so hard, dude. I keep my distance out of respect, but fuck Anna, Carrie Timmons, I fuck with them so hard, dude. But I gotta keep my distance. I always keep my. It's the best to keep distance from even Curtis Huff. I keep my distance, but like, yeah, major respect. That's all I gotta say. For sure.
Hey, and what I want to say is, you guys, like, I see a lot of these comments, and I get it, but I want you guys to like, get some USA, check your emotions, like it's okay to get angry at all of this stuff, but like keep your cool and realize like this is all good shit. Like it's kind of like I mentioned, the birth process is all emotional.
Yeah, that's painful. Yeah.
It's pregnant with energy. It's difficult and it's ugly. But then when it happens, then suddenly you hear the baby cry and the tears come because it's the most beautiful moment. And we're going through that. And, all of these lies coming out and inconsistencies and conflicts. And trust me, we'll be breaking it down for, it's happened
for a while. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're probably going to be breaking it down for the next week or two and constantly repeating all of these conflicting points now.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, no, we can't have it both ways, but we don't want it both ways. You can't even have that discussion yet.
The jury ain't falling for it. No, you see, that's what I mean, that you guys are getting too emotional. It's the jury is having their first hearing, but guess who's also having the first hearing? Well, law enforcement and the DA and everyone out there who might bring a grand jury to people for perjury and for conspiracy and obstruction of justice over the past 8 years. So just be grateful that stuff is coming out on the stand under oath.
Babe, I have to ask you some shit, Prof. This is like crazy. This is controversial between you and me, but it's good for you and me if I'm kind of right in my assumptions. So you and Julie tried to have me get me arrested back when we weren't talking and we thought we were the enemy and shit. And you guys thought I was like paid for by the prosecution. Was it true, the rumor that the attorney general said that would be a big mistake or something along those lines?
I don't know what the attorney general said. My intention was not to get you arrested. My intention was
The
that
smorgasbord, yeah.
the leaks were fucked up. Okay, I'll tell you my backstory.
Yeah.
Backstory is there's a dead guy named Robert Fortson, Kyle.
And something's off about it, which it was. We know what now. We didn't know what then, you know.
I was extremely pissed that a bunch of fucking YouTubers were involved in this man's death.
Yeah,
and
man.
The leaks was like the background on which all this took place. And so my whole deal was like, look, fuck all you guys. I'm taking everything possible and it's all going to the DA or the AG. And I worked with Julie.
Yeah, I heard a rumor the attorney general had said that would be a big mistake or something like that along those lines.
I don't know. Like, she could probably talk on that because what I did is
we need to ask her.
I asked her to be like basically what we did was sort of like, you know how we do a lot of tips where say I'll gather all the evidence, but I let someone else tip it in.
Yeah.
Or someone else would gather all the evidence and let me produce it on the show.
Yeah.
So we did that with Julie where I say, well, you know, you have to be the contact point. You know, I don't want any discussion with this attorney general or any of these people. But I guess what I'm getting at is that my whole deal wasn't to have no one arrested. It was to give the attorney general all the information to provide transparency about what transpired around these that led to a.
So if for the future reference, if something crazy nefarious happened or was happening, that they would know the whole story. Yeah.
Or just for them to have the whole story at the highest point in Indiana, so that Indiana could deal with it properly. But you know what we found out happened? They fucking did. They didn't.
They gamified it.
Liggett didn't. Jerry Holman didn't.
No
one went and talked to Tyler Carpenter. You know, it was a.
What's up with Tyler Carpenter? If you're listening to this, you're a bitch, dude. You're fucking scandalous, bitch, dude. Get in touch with me or Prof, dude.
You got blood on your hands. All of you motherfuckers were behind that, and we all know it. And Kyle is now left a family behind, and so we want the truth about the situation. We want Indiana to deal with it because there's someone that's deceased, and Indiana didn't deal with it. Holman didn't deal with it. Todd Rokita didn't deal with it.
No matter what Fortson did, there is worse fish in the sea around him, and they didn't address it.
Back on here. That motherfucker is so scared of me. Why is he so scared of me?
Who?
Rick Stay.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. That's between you guys, but I don't know. We're kind of on the same team right now, you know, so. It's like whatever.
Well, I'm glad you asked me because I've never really said it, but it's infuriating because, you know, look, I don't know anything about Kyle Fortson, but what I do know
there's bigger fish out there, you know that much.
He's deceased in the middle of a situation with a whole bunch of fucktard YouTubers who did not take responsibility, accountability for what they did, and still to this day they haven't.
Yeah.
Okay, so can I just say this real quick though? Gianna and I were both under the impression by some of the stuff that was reported that Libby's mom had died from like cancer of some
Libby's
kind.
mom?
No, just let me finish this because this got really convoluted and messed up. Somebody had said that. Okay, so Truth Seeker is saying that it's Gianna, it's her great grandmother. It's Libby's great grandmother. But the way that a lot of people that were reporting it worded it said Libby's mom. That's why I was like, Carrie's still alive. Like,
because they don't know the case. That's all it is. They don't know the case, but they're big.
Yeah, they know. That's my problem with Delphi too. Some new fuckers come in and they'll treat like all four of us on this panel as villains, and it's like,
They're
Dude, you don't
trying.
need you. Have you really been here? Have you really seen what's up? Because like I don't think you have, dude. And
Okay. Well, Truth Seekers, somebody did mention, I think falsely or like just misguidedly, that somebody had died from a prolonged illness and they had watched him die, hence why Libby wanted to either be a surgeon, like a doctor, or I forget, oh, the detective. She either wanted to be a detective or a doctor. So I think that's where we were getting that from. So I just want to put it out there. But yeah, that confused me too, because I was like, Carrie's
Thank you.
still
Well,
alive.
that's
So
and that what that is that you have these, obviously lawyers are legal experts. So that's what's
yeah,
happening is these lawyers who are legal experts, they're able to get on and give a legal perspective. So they
right,
have like 2,000 viewers, but they don't know the case at all. Uh, Guys like us are the experts on the case, not just
right.
all us on this panel, but several of us in the community, all of us deep in the community and in the chat, many of us are experts on the case, but these
Yeah.
people have just come in. So yeah, I
Well,
guess
and
things got twisted, but it wasn't
yeah.
in faith,
And Gianna, in Defense of Defense Diaries, I will say Allie was reporting on Bob's notes. And so she is not as familiar with the case. Bob is pretty familiar. I think he would have known that Carrie was still alive. But for whatever reason, enough people got their wires crossed innocently and misheard some things. So that's why this whole thing is really irritating, that we can't have access to it for all of us to see
That's why
and
we should
witness.
have cameras.
Right,
Yes. Thank you,
right.
Adrian. Thank you
So,
so much.
well, and there have been cases that you can hack it, I guess. So, um, if anybody in another country would like to hack that for us and put it up somewhere where we can
oh, the Zoom
access it.
people, yeah, they got a Zoom shit going on.
Yep, yep,
Yeah, we need to find a Zoom like court prankster that's like smart
yeah.
at doing that shit. Yeah.
So, because we don't want to get in trouble, and you won't get
I'm
in
gonna get
trouble
me
if
in
you're out
trouble
of the
getting
country.
channel taken down for that statement. No, but
What's it else?
it's absolutely, I think it's absolutely criminal that in order
It
to hide
is.
this shit,
Yeah,
not allowing cameras, when all it would take is a flip of a switch for the one camera, that
Yeah.
full camera that's already installed in there, and she's
yeah.
evil for it, and I'll call her Frigid Franny for the rest of my life because of it. Thank you, Rick Snay. It's unacceptable, but here you are. There's a whole lot unacceptable in the United States of America.
It's
Wow.
wild, bro. It's some Mexican shit, dude. We're on some Mexican
Mexican.
time right now.
I don't know. I think I think it's white people.
It's white people
So,
acting like Mexicans.
Blame the white people. Listen, guys, Truth Seeker was in the courtroom. Okay,
mhm.
I know she was. Who else was in the courtroom in this chat? What's up, Big J Dick?
Did you say J Big Dick?
Big J
I
Dick,
love
awesome.
her name. I
She's my
love her
hero.
name.
Shiro. There she is.
Oh, dude, that's so funny.
She did that purposely, by the way.
Dude, after
I know, it's
Delphi, dude,
fantastic.
we're moving to the purple web. I'm gonna be like Stevie Wonder on the purple web. I'll be all blind and shit. Anyways, dude, this case is gonna be going forever, dude. There's probably cases like I told Prof and all of you, there's cases that are probably connected to this that we don't even know about. Even in Alan's solo world, he did it by himself, no criminal underworld. There are shit scenarios and crazy events connected that we don't even know about right now. So whichever side of the coin you're on, completely innocent, partial guilt, partial innocence, whatever, fully innocent, whatever, I don't give a fuck. There's some crazy shit we do not know about that's going to come out probably within the next year, if I had to
Well,
assume,
and that's why I think your timeline is super important, Prof. And I've been trying to like stress it in chats that I go into, but it's kind of difficult to be like, this whole thing likely happened 12 hours previously, and then like the length that people went to, to cover that up, probably feels like just mind-boggling, But I mean, it could be, it could very well be that.
It could, but the minute you say that, there's a whole wave of people who are going to
Well,
say you're blaming the family, attacking the family. Stop it.
no, I mean, like, cause I'm in pro defense stuff, you know. People are just like more interested in just hearing their own talking points right now, but it's like a salmon swimming upstream. That's so true. I have Apophis, like, and honestly, like, I have Apophis stuff was really hard to follow for me, if I didn't follow it from the beginning all the way through. So unless you're willing to dedicate that kind of time to it, but that's genuinely what
Fuck.
it takes, then it feels like that's the only possible solution at the end of the day. So, yeah.
Dude, you want me to tell you guys something really fucking crazy right now? I could tell you something. I've said it before. So, when I threatened Beth Stevenson, talked to Coy Cox last fall, and he told me, I said, did I have something to do with the arrest of Richard Allen? And he basically said yes. So, and I was like, I fucking knew, and he was giggling and shit, Coy Cox. And, I told some prosecution side people, and they were kind of, jealousy's a bitch. They kind of accepted it, but they're like, kind of patting me on the head, like, okay, crazy kid, blah, blah, blah. And they would believe anybody. There was some guy LARPing as Tony Klein's friend going around saying the Wabash River search led to Allen's arrest, and it wasn't me, blah, blah. So I'm like, it was like anybody but me. But I'm like, the reason I knew, I had a feeling it was me, not that led to Allen's arrest, that I was behind the Stephensons tip and shit, because so many people were trying to take that away from me, including police for a time. They're like, wasn't you, wasn't you, wasn't you, wasn't you, wasn't you, wasn't you, wasn't you. And then eventually, a month or two later, was you, okay, was you, was you, was you. And then they changed back. Okay, it wasn't you. And then they changed back after that. It was you. So I'm like, what does all this mean? It's not important to anybody but me, right? But what's important to other people, it means criminal underworld, organized crime, means other people's research and credit led to significant events happening besides me, including all of us here, shit like that. So it means organized crime, it means criminal underworld. Pretty much,
Pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's like the way with Rafi. There's so many
Yeah,
things
dude.
he brought out. Okay. But there's some things I don't agree with. But the bottom line is, like, without some of his work that helped to, show me some truth, I would have never, like, given the possibility. That's everything we do is additive, so it's like we're all using each other's work to fill in gaps that we have. But that's why he's important here. Even
his work has led to press releases and articles, but they'll never, he's the type of channel he is, so they'll never give him credit. But you can't take away the work he fucking did. So always make sure he gets his dues. But that's kind of an issue with true crime too, dude. When somebody feels like they've been shunned completely, or they didn't get their dues, they turn to like a rage, dude. I won't lie, dude. Like the most angry I've probably been this year was when a lot of people were saying I wasn't behind the Stephensons tip. And I lost my shit, dude. I went crazy, dude. That shit actually got to me, and I went ape shit, and then kind of corrected course. But that type of feeling has happened for more than one type of person on this case. So, for instance, Prof, like the police saying hodgepodging of different rituals this year. And if I were to come out and say, like, well, Raffi never said that years ago, blah, 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 it was just police this year, blah, blah. Like, that's kind of like malicious, isn't it? It's like taunting, right?
Well, you'd
Even
sound
though,
like
when you know better, I hate her,
Mark Robert and Louise and all the fucking,
yeah, those fuckers, dude. Fuck,
like,
dude.
a bunch of bullshit.
I gotta keep the peace, but yeah, they're jealous. It's jealousy in their veins, dude. I'm like, what the fuck, dude?
Truth is truth, man.
It's like, dude, you guys are literally like the people that recorded Martin Luther King in jail. Like, that's what you are, for real. And we're the Martin Luther King Juniors, dude. You guys are just like scum of the earth. I want to say more. I'm on a peace treaty shit, but it's like,
Oh,
That's it. You know, that is what it is, bro.
I'm not a part of
Yeah.
the truce.
Heather
No,
says loons, but look, Kayla says this. Rafi says Richard Allen was told to sit on the bench out there, like to lure to meet some brothers or whoever showed up. He saw Kelsey and Bree walk by. He went home and saw Kelsey on the news later. Was that? I don't know, because I've never seen a single receipt on that. I just heard Rafi had said that, but that's kind of why
yeah,
I do things. Alex and I were talking about, weren't we, earlier today? We were talking
yeah,
about this. That's why I do things the way that I do, is because I don't like throwing up all these receipts on the screen. I'd rather just sit here and talk.
yeah, for real.
But I feel like I know what it would take to convince me of certain points. So I feel obligated, like the best way to give people the opportunity to understand is to give them the receipts, because then they can have something to start with and run with. But
Exactly. We show them because didn't we say the police theorizer is one killer,
Well, I
one
think,
stager?
Sakoki, do you want to say something?
Hell yeah.
Oh
I
yeah.
think your mic is just cutting out just a little bit.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to say
No,
though, basically in the PCA, like he says that as he was walking towards the bridge, he was, checking his stock ticker, and he says that he went out to the first platform only on the bridge to look at the fish. Sorry, I have a cough drop because my throat was sore. I'm a bitch. But like, yeah, like that's as far out onto the bridge as he went, and we obviously don't see anybody there in like the picture with Abby, or I don't know.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying, yeah. But that's the thing, that the horrible thing, I think, Sakoki, is that at one point, like, what the fuck can we believe in that PCA? Like, it's so glitchy and all convoluted. It's like, did he ever fucking say that?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another point. Now, someone brought this out earlier, and honestly, everyone, I totally fucking missed this. But what they are saying is that there's some indication that came out in court today, and I'm maybe in the chat. Hey, you guys in the chat, straighten me out. They said that there's some new information came out today that Richard Allen was actually leaving before or just at the time
Yeah.
the
Yep.
bridge guy video was allegedly being.
I think they said 127.
Yeah. I don't know. I didn't go screenshot. I was busy getting ready for the show, but that was coming out
Yeah.
this evening, and trust me, I'm going to be on it like
Right.
shit. But
I heard either 127 or by 2:15. Yeah, he was leaving.
so nobody's
Okay.
saying 2:15. But
Yeah,
how,
I have a
what are the details? I'll have to see the details. Like, what
Mhm.
is being, how is that being confirmed? Is that his phone leaving? Is that, well,
Can
I'll
you
have to
please
get
just
Bob.
can somebody please just give us some phone evidence?
What's the story there? Like, but I mean, like you're saying, this is an indication that a whole bunch of shit is falling apart right now. It's breaking.
Mhm.
The truth is rising to the surface, or whatever you want to call it. And for me, ladies and gentlemen, this is what I mean about thank you, Jesus. This is a come to God moment. This is a joyous occasion. It's a every day we're going to be seeing this stuff. And
Yeah.
if this is one day worth, just wait until 1 month worth. Like,
Well,
this thing is
I
falling
think
apart.
the thing that's discouraging to me though is just hearing about all the hurdles people have to overcome just to get this information out, just to get in there and to like stay awake and be hungry. I don't know why. Like I'm just like I can't believe they would let people go hungry. I know what you're saying, Prof, that there's like, 2 sessions, but it's just it to me in 2024, it's not how it should ever have been. There's a reason we have
Period.
flipping streaming services.
Yeah, we had cameras for Karen Reed, and it was the
Yeah.
only way that we were all able to see that everyone was fucking lying.
Right.
So why not for Delphi?
Mhm. And then I have a hypothesis saying that the hearing situation in there is flipping terrible too, because like especially with like it sounds like the female voices, they're harder to hear because they're lower. Like I guess Derek was good to hear and McClellan was good to hear. So telling you the truth.
Low key, it's a trip to hear Derek talk after all these years, you know.
So it means that evidence was not presented; it was just alleged as that it will be presented. But we'll be looking into that because, like you said, Adrian, all kind of things have already popped up today that were lies or conflicts, and it's just an indication that the shit is beginning to hit the fan. And it
See, this is truth seeker. This is another disparity. This is why I really don't like the way that this thing is getting reported. Truth seeker is saying he was there at 12 and left at 1:30 or 1:27, said Andy. That's what Andy said today. But I am also hearing from a ton of other people that he left by 2:15.
yeah, see,
So
that's
it's
what
like,
I mean. Yeah,
you know,
but we'll
like
get to it. See, our hunger, this is why I'm trying to say about emotions, that our hunger for immediate news, like we have with Twitter in our day and age, it's we can't let that override like the calmness or the mentality that we will look at us all. We are great critical thinkers. We're diligent and thorough and skeptical. And so because of that, we will know. We will be presented with facts and evidence, and we will be able to filter through it. And it may not be tomorrow, it may not be Monday, but who knows when it'll be. It could be a week or a month from now. But we'll get to the point where we're gonna nail this down real good. I think so.
yeah, hopefully.
But yeah, it sounds like a bunch of BS.
Oh yeah, dude. That's gonna be good, dude.
Koki, are you lit yet?
The fact that the prosecution is really going to argue that like they crossed the creek, like it's just so dumb.
Oh, that they crossed the bridge, you mean?
Yeah.
They had bags over the cameras in the flipping courtroom.
Stupid.
It's because they knew that somebody could hack it.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Yeah, it's stupid. I mean, it's like, what harm would it do to cause calm in this community? You've already had people die in this community over this case. Can you not give the gift to the public of resolution?
These people don't care. I've never come across like this kind of evil in my life because, like, for me, like I couldn't barely even sleep at night thinking about the kind of evil that hurt those girls in Flora and in Delphi. And for it all to just be like covered up, and like I said, for like other similar murders before that, it's just like why is everybody so okay with it? Like it's very weird, and
Because they're all tied up in it. They're all evil.
They all have something to lose.
It sound like a big cabal or like whatever, but it's just kind of like a bit much, like
It's some chomo shit.
I like what Keith says. I honestly think their inability to get the TV going at trial today is a setup for an excuse for the deleted interviews.
Let me put that up.
Yeah.
I mean, that's something ACV was saying yesterday that look, they set the recorders up to record over shit in you think they didn't know that they were going to be recording over very important first week interviews? Like, come on, give me a fucking break. These guys have ran interviews before. It's not like February 14th, 2017 was the first fucking day they ever had to interview anyone.
For real.
It's a fucking conspiracy. We're dealing with a cartel. It's just white boys.
Dude.
Don't get it. I still really don't. I mean, yes, like I do, but at the same time, like I don't.
Well, I have a question, Koke. You've hung around a lot of tweakers in that area. like I have in my area. Have you ever heard any of them like talk about dark web or Tor or any of that bullshit?
Hold on though, like I do not like associate with like tweakers. Like that's like backed up.
But have you ever heard anybody brag about carding or dark web or any of that type of shit?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Let me ask you this. I have a question for Sakoki.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad I didn't forget it. You know how we were talking about maybe the staging could have been a setup on those type of people who might be interested in these things?
Mm-hmm.
So do you think maybe the Vinlanders might have been set up?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I have a very strong, firm suspicion that is rooted in fact that somebody was trying to frame Brad Holder and Odinism.
For sure, dude. And I've seen the proof. We've all seen the proof, dude. We know they were obsessed with those fuckers before the murders.
That's not to defend Brad. I don't know him from Adam, but
Yeah.
Yeah,
whoever.
we're not defending anyone. I'm just saying, like, if it's a setup and the Vinlanders were the ones who it looked like, then you would immediately start to kind of consider.
Prof, I can name 5 dark web motherfuckers that have been obsessed with the Odinism before it came out in the memorandum. But I won't name them, but they know who everybody knows who they are. But so what's that say? You know?
Damn, come on, Alex.
Yeah, baseline drugs, dude. Baseline drugs. Baseline criminal underworld. Organized crime. For sure.
Yeah, like I really don't know what to think. Like, and it all does come down to that time. And like, basically, when can the girls actually be like confirmed as like last being alive, like for certain? And
That's now there you're hitting on something. So last proof of life, and I was hitting on this in my timeline video. Everyone, please understand what I was trying to put across, and it took me a while to consult. Musicality videos. Okay. They can be uploaded just like Twitter. I mean, not Twitter. What am I trying to say?
TikTok.
TikTok. Musicality. Pre-recorded videos. All this time, people have been saying, well, if you don't believe that Kelsey dropped them off, then you have to believe they were alive at 3 a.m. the night before because they were uploading Musicality videos having a wonderful time. Bullshit. Anyone could have used her phone that already had cute videos uploaded or in the phone to upload them up to Musicality to provide proof of life. They could have been dead 12 hours before.
yeah,
6 hours before. We don't know. Like it occurred to me like a flash, like, oh my God, those Musicality videos are nothing. They're not proof of life. So then we have to back it up even further.
Yeah.
Which is a lot. That's like 24 hours.
You want me to say some controversial shit right now? Is Koufax, he got a lot of respect for them for kind of being onto the games and shit early, but once he said that he suspected it was orchestrated, pre-planned, all that shit when it wasn't popular too, he got attacked so hard, dude, and he got attacked so hard he hasn't really been back.
He's been ducked down ever since.
Yeah, ever since. And it kind of says a lot, dude. It says a lot. So
well, because I think the mind goes to what is worth going to that trouble and that level of cover up, and it almost feels like the families then it was like premeditated by the families as well. That's I think
controlled demolition.
I
like
don't
they
know.
knew it would happen.
Or they knew that somebody was going to got, I don't know.
Well, that's what I felt on Stephenson's case as well. Like they knew where it came from, but they knew their hands were tied, type of shit, you know.
But I
Yeah.
think that's why so many people don't even want to touch it, because they're like,
Yeah.
you know, the family has so much sway. Like, look at Mike Patty having a personal relationship with the head of ISP. You know, look at all the money that came in, and all the people that are now bought into that whole system. Like, there's just no way. There's no way to like take that
Yeah.
all down piece by piece. It's gonna just, you know, it's gonna be a mess. So
Well, you know, yeah. I mean, shit. It's gonna be a good month. I'll tell you that much. You know, for sure. A lot of good shit's gonna come out.
Total agreement. Total agreement. I'm excited. I'm happy.
Yeah.
Cop facts. Let me get back to cop facts because I have spoken endless hours and I have a lot of respect for him. But let me tell you, when cop facts is scared of these people,
Yeah.
think that it's a fucking big deal.
amen.
Amen. Yeah. I'm gonna pass out. I'm so tired. So I'm out, homies.
Later. Yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. You have a good one.
All right.
Thank
See
you for
y'all later.
Right, later.
Yeah, and I do think like we accidentally speak over her too, because
No, she's good.
quieter. She's quieter. Her.
She got a lot of good shit out. You know.
She was great. Her mic is a little low.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna maybe coach her on. There's a setting in this stupid ass StreamYard where you can jack up your volume.
Yeah.
This StreamYard's a little bitch, dude. It should have an equalizer setting that like equalizes everybody's shit. You know.
It's
It's a lot
supposed
of
to.
bullshit.
It's just crap. Yeah.
But dude, if you've seen people on OBS that do Twitch, Discord streams, they have so many issues, dude. They have to test it elsewhere before they go on.
Dude,
You know,
I
so it's give and take,
really
you know.
hate the streaming softwares, but I mean, it's you know why I stick with StreamYard is like it's the least oppressive, I guess. It's kind of dumb and it crashes from time to time, but it's like it's almost like Facebook or something. It's like, yeah, you want to put a video, you put the video. You know, a lot of those others are uber complicated for no reason.
The compression ain't bad either off the bat, you know. Even on the basic setting, you know. So it's pretty good, you know.
Yeah, you know what they went after Cop Facts super uber hard for?
Saying the picture was fake.
You know what was weird about that?
Yeah.
Him and I, we kind of came to that at the same time.
Yeah.
I remember the night because I put it out and he came in the chat and he said, you know what? I just made that video. Like he had done the same thing the couple days before. And he's like, I'm going to release it tomorrow. And he did. And boy, they pretty much shut him down. Like he didn't want to deal with it.
Yeah, they're little fuckers, dude. And we know that, man. But and they were like, oh, I thought we squashed this. Like, you guys pull a carry, so we'll be around you and find everything. And you guys fucking pull a carry. And then we got to fucking bounce and bitch slap your ass because, like, you guys don't know how to behave, dude. You're chomos, flat out, dude. Like, and we don't even want to interact with you. We have to interact with you sometimes because other dumb, naive fucking people that won't see you for what you are, basically, you know? Pretty much. That's it, you know? So it's like having a shit brother or sibling that you fucking hate, want to die, or don't give a fuck about, and you have to hang around for mother, basically, or auntie, granny, whatever. That's basically what it is, you know? Pretty much, you know?
Well, a murder's bad, so.
Amen, dude. Amen to that, you know?
So, Alex, Stephensons
Yeah.
right to Delphi or nah?
Yeah, it is, for sure.
Adrian, you got to vote.
Yeah, I think there's definitely overlap somewhere.
When I have dumbasses yelling at me like, it's over. Well, it's like, bitch, you didn't know shit fucking January 2023, so go fuck yourself. You don't know shit now, so go fuck yourself. Like, it's connected, bro. So, yeah, it's coming, dude, and they're not going to like it. They're not going to like it. It's going to be a big one.
Cox was making a very important point in one of those videos I played at the beginning. He said, he said it's very fucking rare that this ever
Exactly.
in the U.S. He said much less in the world. And then you think about it, it's like, hold on, sticks on bodies, in shapes, draining of blood.
Well, here's the thing, dude. People rather listen to motorcycle fucking covers or whatever the fuck it was, Bluetooth and K Weber's Garage versus what actually panned out in the news. And the reason why, you guys fell under that Chomo enchantment just as you are now. So we're on the winning team. We're going to win big after trial. And we got the goods. We got the nukes on you, and we're ready to use them. You know what they are. So, like, go ahead, bro. Go ahead, dude. We got you, bro.
Cloak and dagger, Ashley, definitely was
Cloak and dagger, bro.
I think that was Cox's way of saying, like, hey, pay attention to what I'm saying.
And he also said it's extremely complicated. Like,
exactly.
The Delphi and Stephensons, and you take like Doug Carter and Coy Cox, and you line up some of their linguistics, and then you line up like the crime scene and line up their nexus points, and then you line up the physical proximity in the 3-hour drive, and then the potential, like the trucker, like some of the aspects of the potential profile points, like you got potential trucker, potential drug running,
and the super druggers with supernatural bents for sure. Both cases,
it's like and the complexity and like the linguistics that Carter and Coy Cox reflect each other's linguistics around the
drug world.
Well, because can you really, like, do you really, even as state police, like, even if you brought in like the military, would you really want to fight the motorcycle clubs? Like, if they are as insidious and as well organized and as disciplined as they are, no thank you. You know, I mean, you would need the military at that point. And yeah, like, police have become many militias for sure, but
plus,
you know, if it's a whole livelihood and you're all interconnected, like, you're gonna fight a lot harder. It's gonna be a lot of bloodbath, you know.
A bloodbath, and then if you take that shit down, what's the likelihood that some other motherfuckers that even worse are going to fill that gap?
Because there's always, so you would have to legalize drugs, basically. You'd have to legalize it. You'd have to legalize like weapons, all the things that are illegal. You'd have to legalize to get rid of some of that stuff.
It's basically like an inverse prohibition. You have to legalize a whole lot of shit, except fent. You know, say like you go fight the actual demons, like fight the fent, fight the murderers, and then like find a way to support the medical industry and the rehab industry in a different way. You know, and like instead of supporting the corporations, maybe support the institutions that are providing aid to people who are trapped in this shit. Because this is a war. And this war is not going to be won with like the status fucking quo, sweeping shit under the rug and letting this disease continue and putting people in jail to like to fill some prison industrial complex bullshit fucking role so that people think, oh, it's good they're in prison, but these motherfuckers in prison wouldn't even be doing, all they'd be doing is fucking running drugs.
And
there's drugs are going to be around. It's like
they are.
It's not going to stop the drugs, except the demand for the drugs. So you fight the demand for the drugs, and like.
But just like Mexico, they acted like that supernatural. You know, they had supernatural murders in Mexico, like the Santa Muerte shit, rituals and shit, acting like it wasn't drug. They didn't act like it wasn't drug related. I'm saying they found the root cause over there, found it was drug related. And then they're telling us here, they're like, no, solo happenstance, you didn't see anything, blah, blah, blah. And it's drug related, dude. Everybody knows it.
Digital says, I guess the killers threw sticks on the Stephensons' bodies in shapes.
To hide their
bodies inside the condo.
Forest Cafe, dude.
I love Digital.
No, you're wrong, Digital. The sticks fell. The sticks fell off the trees inside the condo.
The
bodies.
Yeah, it's gonna be a big pay. I'm telling you, dude. I know I'm pretty accurate at this. I wouldn't go on a limb like this, but
it's gonna pan out after arrest. It's gonna be big, dude. It's gonna be a big pan out for you, me, Adrian, Skoke, a lot of people, dude. It's gonna be
What
crazy,
it's
dude.
about for like a lot of us, you know.
It's gonna be the resolution. I know it's not what it's about, but it's the point. The point isn't what it's about or ego or whatever. It's that the other side tries so hard to scrub that shit. They say it's not there. What you saw isn't there. They have no explanation. They go, bullshit, bullshit, didn't happen, blah, blah, blah. It's
Yeah.
like, you're a drug choma motherfucker. Get out of here, you know? That's pretty much it, you know?
Okay, another vote.
Yeah.
Lone killer following sexual fantasies at putting everyone at risk at the spur of the moment and managing somehow to pull off the impossible. Or it's fucking goddamn drug-related bullshit scenario with a whole bunch of fucking tweakers or
Amen, bro.
doing some weird ass shit.
Think about the consequences of that though, Prof. Like you're not safe by your own law enforcement. Your law enforcement is actually also bad guys. Like
Mexican style, drug style. That means
like
drugs,
you
yeah.
really like that's the thing. If I lived in Delphi, Indiana, I'd be saving up to get the hell out of there because it's like to me that like coming to that realization that like my town, if I turned around and that's what where I live is like, I mean, it would be so daunting. It'd be like I have to find another place to live. I can't trust anybody here. If I ever have any sort of issue with anybody, like it's just such a cluster.
Yeah, and you know what? It reminds me. Let me see if I can find that quote exactly. Like Tina Rodell made this statement, and she basically said, like, let me see. She made this exact statement. Do you all even realize the police are your kingpins?
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
You know, and it makes sense, y'all. If like, why, if law enforcement comes out and says everything's fine, there's no risk to the community, everything's fine, everyone's safe. Now, doesn't it make sense? That doesn't make sense. They would say that because they want you to think everything's safe from them.
Yeah.
And from this.
That's what Cajun Nuts did after their murders. They said the community is safe after that bullshit. Like, who sees like a Jack the Ripper style murder and be like, oh, it's safe? That means drugs, dude. It means drugs, and the police know it's drugs, and that it's not going to happen again soon. That's why they say that shit, you know?
No, she says there's a child in New York that was left with sticks as runes on the body. It was 2002. Can you send
yeah.
Yeah,
send that shit for sure.
Please, Cindy. Whoa, shit.
Yeah. Amen. Well, shit, dude. It was a good stream, dude. We got all the receipts out. I think we needed to, that people can see we're not bullshitting about what police are saying in reflection to Delphi, you know? So, Mexican style equals drugs and organized crime, basically, Jojo. Hell yeah.
Yeah, organized crime is our. Well, Alex likes to use the phrase criminal underworld. And
yeah, it's better.
It basically sums it up. Criminal underworld. The Delphi murders, obviously, criminal underworld. I mean, how long is it going to take until everyone admits what's already apparent?
Yeah, we did good, dude. We did bang. We got all the shit out that's never been seen, but we finally got that Stephensons granddaughter bullshit and the PSA. I've been talking about that on a bunch of different streams. Like, we got it out. Even that Ruckus stream I came out after not doing a Delphi stream for a year, and I'm like talking about the fake Stephensons granddaughter account. We finally showed it. It's never been shown elsewhere. That shit was sick, dude. So like, we got it out, man. We got the word out. But yeah, I'm gonna crash for the night, Prof and Adrian. I'll talk to you guys later. I'll talk to you guys soon. You guys have a good night. Hell yeah. Peace
Good night,
out.
Adrian, and good night, Alex.
All right, later.
Yeah. I'll see you later, Prof.
Well, you don't have to leave. I just thought you were leaving, but
Oh no, that's okay. Yeah. I mean, I had a couple of other questions too about your
I
timeline.
want to know, Sandy, are you talking about the one that Indy Cindy was referencing?
I think it's a different one because the one with the kids was in New York. right? With the sticks, the kid with the sticks.
I'm interested in the kids with the sticks in New York in 2002. Yeah.
Let me see.
I'm absolutely fascinated by that because that's exactly.
New York and New Jersey, yeah. She's a child
Thank you
in
so
New
much.
Jersey
Yeah,
and New
send
York.
it to
Yeah.
me, and I'll love you for that. I mean, how often does this happen? I'll put it in the chat. Thank you.
Yeah. And when you do that act of putting things on the body, like that's also kind of like it's like the bodies could be offerings, but you could also be like manifesting the very thing that you're trying to like conjure, that you're trying to create. So, yeah. It's just a lot of weirdness. It's just a lot of weirdness.
Okay. See what I've been missing. Thank you, Alex, says Amy. Thank you. Oh, you guys, please thank Alex. Thanks for reminding me.
Yeah,
I guess
Alex has done a lot. He's done a lot.
there's so much on my mind. I mean, today's case, and I know you too. I can see it in your eyes, Adrian.
Yeah.
Like
It's a mess.
today's court. I mean, it started before. For me, it was like when I woke up at 4 a.m, whatever, and I saw what was going on. So like the shit with the lining up and the using chairs to hold places and the people with warrants and all the bullshit, like the shit going on before court upset me. And then
Yeah.
all of the chaos of the events of the day, and then all of the bullshit reporting afterwards, and then the preparing for this show and then doing the show.
Yeah.
It's been a lot. It's been
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, you've done a lot, and it's awesome that you're like, very cool about it. I don't know why I'm like so triggered. Cause like,
I know it's emotional, and everyone is emotional, and I guess I'm not as an emotional wreck about it.
yeah,
I'm more an emotional wreck about Flora. Like I mentioned that in a
yeah,
previous.
yeah.
Um, I probably could go to screaming and shit over Flora because like I'm literally emotionally triggered over it. But Delphi, I'm sort of now. I've been able to kind of process and come to terms with a lot, so I feel good about it, and I think we're at a good point. So
I think
I'm happy
yeah,
about it or optimistic.
the thing that's I think probably irritating me the most is just that like having to listen to a ton of different people, and like that's normally how it should be, but like the rest of us do have lives. Like we do have things that we need to focus in on. And so the fact that we can't hear what is actually happening in court and hear it for ourselves is just super frustrating. And that you have to bounce around from all these different places to try to understand like what happened in court. It's just really frustrating.
Yeah.
So
And I said that would be the problem with doing that. Like it's almost like that's the intention. It's like we're not
yeah,
going to give you transparency about what really
exactly.
happened. We're going to muddy the waters with 25 different perspectives, everyone having their own spin and prejudices and agendas, and then good luck making fucking sense out of it.
Yeah. Yep. So, and I think on top of that, like I already don't like legalese. Like I already feel really frustrated if I don't have it like almost laid out like Emily D. Baker style, the popular YouTube lawyer, where she's like watching it with you and kind of commenting as the trial's going along. Like I almost can't even deal with it. So like the fact that it's this archaic, but it's like such an important case for me and for a lot of other people, it's just really frustrating. So yeah.
Yeah, but I'm serious that
Me
like look
too.
at the accountability right now. It's like these people are going on the witness stand
hmm
and locking in some shit.
Yeah.
Then they're going to have to explain what about
Wow.
all that 7 years of bullshit?
Yeah.
And then
They
it's
could.
going to be weighed. And then might you get some grand juries? Probably.
Well, why wasn't there a grand jury almost to begin with? Because don't they usually have to run things that are like this nebulous through a grand jury in order to see if it even can go to trial, kind of thing, you know?
Well, it seems like you're dealing with the whole structure, though. It's like this is going to have to be to the attention of where people are going to have to. Yeah, it's about accountability and liability versus liability. So they're going to have to look at the situation and say, well,
Yeah.
now we've been pushed to the point where we're going to have to do something about this because, all these years they've been able to keep it kind of muted. But I really do believe that this is what I see. Like, I don't know, but maybe I'm what's the word? I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm foolish in
Well, I
optimism.
mean, it's okay to want better things for your society. You know, it's okay to, aim high, especially when you're like supposed to be in the best country in the whole wide world. And we're supposed to have the best legal system in the whole wide world. You know, it's okay. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I look at it like this. This whole no cameras in the courtroom thing,
Yeah.
it's absolutely it's combative,
Yeah.
it's intentional.
It's another
It's a
perpetration.
symptom of the epidemic of corruption,
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah.
hopefully
And then
people.
she put bags over the cameras just in case. Like paranoid much? God.
Ashley says, "I get that, Adrian, but for me, it's the absence of witnessing the law in play. I rely heavily on that. It's intentional, and I'm astonished it's happening." Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Ashley. It's
Yeah.
come. It's like another layer of gaslighting the public to say you don't deserve to know, you'll
Yep.
never know.
Yep.
Uh, there's nothing wrong here. Just look the other way.
Jedi mind tricks.
Yeah.
God.
I work 7 days a week, so I can't come, but I'm glad you were there for Carrie. At least we can get transcripts. Yeah, at an extreme cost. Can you imagine the price of the entire transcripts for this trial? Who's going to pay for it?
Yeah, it's
She's
gonna be
pretty
like what, like at least $1,000 per day.
obstruction of my First Amendment. At least, yeah, maybe two
Yeah.
per day. Now, how many days we got? Maybe 20 days, 28 days. I mean,
Yeah, it's at least, I don't know.
28,000, 50,000.
Right.
Who's going to pay for those? Like I said, you see what it's really about, and I just keep bringing this up. It's about Karen Reed. Go and watch the footage from Karen Reed, and go look at those cops lying and being dickheads and getting caught doing things they should not have been doing, and
I
look
don't
at
think
the
I
lying
can.
ass witnesses and the combativeness on the part of the witnesses and the prosecutor. That's what Gall did not want the world to see, and she's
Right.
accomplished the goal.
God. Yeah. Oh my
Gen
God.
X, I totally agree with this, Cindy. We raised ourselves and survived on gun racks and guns and lawn darts. Yeah, I mean, back when I was in high school, a bunch of the guys had gun racks, and they had guns on the gun racks in the school parking lot because you always kept your gun on your gun rack in your pickup, and or the dads did. And so all of the high schoolers, everyone would drive to high school and park the truck in the parking lot, and a bunch of them would have guns right there in the gun rack. And no one ever went and took a gun and went shoot the students.
Dang.
But we're old.
That's incredible. That's
That's
incredible.
good old days. So basically, all the things that law enforcement says Richard Allen was arrested for can't be seen or heard about. No, you can't see or hear about. And she's also keeping it from the jury. That's the gaslight, the next level. It's like, no, you can't see the sketches that don't match him, and you can't hear the witnesses say that the one that you sketched is not the guy sitting there. No, you can't see that. You can't see the geofencing. You can't figure out who was actually there at that day and that time. No, we can't let you see that.
I can't remember who was. I think it was Burkhart, but maybe it was criminality. Somebody was saying, like, imagine being a juror and like getting presented the information that you're allowed presented to you, and then after the case finding out about the case and being like, having to live with that for the rest of your life because
I actually heard that point.
yeah,
I
yeah.
think it was Ashley. What's her name?
Burkhart,
Yeah.
Andrea,
What's her first? Andrea. Andrea.
Andrea. Yeah, I think Andrea Burkhart.
Yeah, I heard her make that point, and I
Yeah,
agreed with it. It's
yeah,
extremely disheartening.
right.
Imagine convicting that guy guilty, and then after learning about the case,
Hmm.
how do you deal with that morally,
Yeah.
ethically, spiritually? What's up, commentator Root? You're only 3.5 hours late, my brother.
It's okay.
I watched the full Karen Reed. So did I. It was unreal, wasn't it? That's you see, if she would have given that gift to the world of Delphi,
Yeah.
we'd be living an entire different reality. That's the type of witchcraft they're doing. They know that we create reality moment to
Yeah.
moment. She knows that she was in control of the world having this gift or not, and she took it from us.
Hmm.
So no one can see the truth for eternity.
Yeah. God.
No better generation facts, says old ass lady Heather Brown. Did you also have gun racks in the pickups? All right. You know what, Kayla? Exactly. The fact that remember that letter to the court, Kayla, that I read, where the young lady was saying, "I have kids and grandkids, and I always supported police, but since I've known about Delphi, I've told them never talk to the police, never trust police, ask for a lawyer immediately, blah blah blah, because you could be jailed,
Amen.
you could be wrongfully convicted." Yeah, exactly.
Amen. Yeah. Yeah. Well, and then if like Nick McClellan, like say the Patties have absolutely nothing to do with this, even though they've been very inconsistent on many things. Um, what if he's convicted, but it gets appealed and it's overruled? They're like they still are going to have to live with all the heartache of going through another trial or going through like this whole process all over again. You
If there's
know?
a mistrial, yeah.
Yeah. Like if they don't get the right guy and you know
Oh, you
it's
mean yeah?
looking
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So or if he's acquitted, like do you really think Nick McClelland is going to spend the money to go after somebody else? I
Probably.
don't think so.
I mean, this like we were talking about the money. Just imagine the millions of dollars, and I guarantee you, if Richard Allen gets off, that's an easy 100 mil that he'll.
Yep.
Okay, how's the county going to afford that? Added to the cost of the trial. I mean,
They're not
this
going to
this
be able
whole
to.
thing is such a fucking shit show. And you know me, I don't know whether he had anything to do with the crime or not. I'm
Hmm.
just commenting upon the obvious fucking
Right.
inappropriateness of
Right.
the prosecution of him.
Right. Yeah. They just shot all over it. It's just
I mean, I'm kind of the same way about Karen Reed. But the thing is, it doesn't even matter because when you look at what they did to Karen Reed, that's what matters more than her actual culpability of guilt or not. Because
yeah.
what they did was like stacking the deck against her, setting her up, adding bullshit, framing her, even if they knew that she might have done it. They did
Hmm.
so much on the side of the police to incriminate her that they actually committed a conspiracy of crime
Hmm. Yeah.
altogether larger than her
Hmm.
crime of involuntary manslaughter or whatever it might be.
Hmm. Yeah. And Big J, I don't think any of that reward money is there. I think it's all been spent.
It's all a joke. That reward money it was always a joke.
Hmm.
Yeah, that was always a fucking joke. Just like for Flora. You know what they did for Flora? They gave the reward money to the fucking fire department. The very fucking fire department who let that house burn for a long time before they even did anything about it. Very fire department who was out there in the middle of the night at Delphi, possibly moving those fucking girls. Yeah, I said it.
Wow.
What that it's telling that the ADA isn't retrying the case, but the DA hired Whitley Broger's defense attorney.
Oh, why both?
Oh, yeah, good, great point, good point. And you know what? Mm-hmm. Look at what's going to happen with Delphi. I'm telling you guys right now, Delphi is imploding. This is why I'm optimistic and I'm happy, because it's like we've been praying for this moment. That we could have had so many moments. I mean, there could have been so many, what's the word? There could have been so many alternatives, like Richard Allen dies. Richard Allen's murdered. Richard Allen is medicated and forced into a plea deal that he's not even aware of what he's doing.
Right.
You know, there's a whole bunch of things that could have happened, but we're here now. And now, already today, more truth has come out. And so how many years have you waited for more truth? Adrian, I'm laughing. I'm with you.
Sorry.
Big J Dick. Jennifer, what up? No, I missed her. There she is. Okay. I wonder what.
Go to trial. Yep.
Misery thing.
That's the only thing that makes sense. I don't know who Jim Ayers is. I don't know.
Well, that's why someone was on the YouTubes saying he's gonna plea. I guarantee he's gonna plea. It was all a move. Even when Sarah Elrod-Osbrook and Jinx 13, they positioned themselves to surreptitiously record Kathy Allen and got her into a conversation about her marriage in order to try to interfere and obstruct justice and cause him to plea against his will by turning him and his wife against each other. They had Mark Robert go on the stream and actually admit to that. He was never meant to see trial. Trial is their worst nightmare. I've been saying they've been shitting in their pants for the past 2 weeks. That's why I've been doing shows that are badass, because it's time for all truth to hit the surface. And guess what? We got more coming your way.
Yeah. Amen. I mean, this case is historic because, like, there were so many people involved in nefarious things that inserted themselves into not only the investigation, but then the criminal case, you know, like people that, like, I don't know why you would do it. Like, if you were a criminal, why would you ever come on YouTube? Why would you ever put yourself out there? But they did it. They were all up in the chats and they had channels.
And they're still interfering. Yeah.
Yeah, they still are.
They think that there's no digital records. Listen, yeah, I told you guys that one of my, okay, I'll say it here. Okay. And he's going to kill me. One of my dearest friends is Shadowhawk. Shadowhawk is Herb Zen. He's a legendary hacker. Legendary.
Oh, wow.
We would talk endlessly about the truth about hacking and the internet and data and the web, the interwebs. And he said to me 20 years ago, Prof, but he didn't say Prof. He said, listen, everything goes through the NSA. He said, every single keystroke, everything you've ever done, it never goes away. They've collected it's a pipeline. Goes right through the NSA. Everything's stored, databased, and permanent. And so every crime that's ever been committed on the interwebs, there's a record of.
Yep.
And
Hmm.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. Yeah.
I've said the best move for the state was to dismiss a technicality, but they think they are untouchable. Well,
Mm-hmm.
they're about to find out because the shit's already falling apart. I think already today there's probably the beginnings of liability on the part of the DA and the Attorney General to start looking at some people. So we'll figure out.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard of
Yeah.
Shadowhawk. Yes, he hacked Bell Labs and the federal government in the 1980s. It was not pretty. He served his time. He's a free man now, and he's an honorable man. And
That's
he's a
awesome.
really fucking nice, happy guy.
Mm-hmm.
Coming in for the replay. What up, Crystal Blue? What up, Heavy
Yeah.
Metal Rehab? Oh,
Yeah.
snap. Where y'all been?
Yeah.
Now you know what they're gonna do. They're gonna go after my buddy. They're gonna you know how it's. I'm gonna get fucking. He'll be stalked and harassed and blah blah blah. It's okay. Fuck you all. All I'm trying to say is I wonder what his opinion about the case is since he donated 97 grand to the reward of the person who committed the murders. I'm sure he has a big opinion about it. Yeah.
There's a good point. Yeah. Big J always dropping bombs. That's awesome.
Prof, how you feeling about the trial so far? I did say earlier, go watch the replay, but I'll tell you right now anyway. I said that I'm extremely happy about it, and I think that there's so much more to come. It's the tip of the iceberg. This shit is falling apart. Lots of lies getting exposed and inconsistencies and conflicts, and I think shit's hitting the fan, and people are afraid.
Mm. Loyalty test. Taking your soul. Name.
Commentator was sleeping. What are you reading, Adrian?
Well, sometimes, so Indy Cindy saying sometimes when we wanted to find out if people were snitching on us, we would summon the devil for us. Devil symbol of protection. We used a Ouija board.
It's like she's quoting something.
Loyalty test, and we called it taking a soul. The devil gave you a name. You had to go out and mess that person up. You had to take their soul. I mean, that sounds like something that they would indoctrinate you with, you know? If it's like a group thing. So the jury will watch. Well, I hope so, Gianna.
Yeah, I believe so, Gian. He said that to the jury. Did he tell them that to their faces? Like, you will watch the prosecution case fall apart right before you.
Mm-hmm.
Is he telling the truth? I'm feeling better. I don't like how she's allowing the jurors to talk outside of the jury room. Oh, I haven't heard that yet, I guess.
That was another thing that was weird for Burkhart. She was saying, like, they're allowed to discuss the case as long as they don't come to any conclusions. Like, what are you doing?
Odd. That's not. Is that usual?
Mm-mm. It's not usual. Yeah. Yeah.
You know, somebody mentioned something earlier that I wanted to. I think it was digital. I could be wrong. Digital might be gone, but it was about the comet that is passing right now. I just call it Key Atlas. There's a comet that just coincidentally in the past week has been appearing, and it's going to be appearing for the next week. So isn't it just beautiful and magical and like serendipitous that at the beginning of this attempt at truth and justice for Abby and Libby, that a comet would appear to maybe welcome in or mark the celebrate the opening of the trial.
And I think that's like every 80,000 years that one comes around. So that's like
yeah.
that's pretty flippin'
How did they
cool.
even know that? That's
I know, dude. It was like, okay, so who was back 80,000 years ago, like writing on a cave wall? No, that they can do math. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I have a Apophis had a thing on comets, but we are in like the Torrid meteor stream now, or Perseids, or one of them. Because October, November is a good time for watching the falling stars, or like meteor showers and stuff.
He
These
said,
sketches are real
Deanna says
cool.
you will watch, this is the quote, you will watch the state's case fall apart before your very eyes.
Cool.
It's very
Cool.
dramatic, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, my person in the courtroom said today that Baldwin was incredible. So
Good. Good.
Hiawatha, hey beautiful, didn't see you. They are not supposed to come to a conclusion. Yeah, how do you even tell people talking what, like if two people are talking, how do you tell them how to not conclude? Like that's what a verbal exchange is usually. It's like boom, boom. It's like volleys, right? Boom, 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 boom.
I guess if you just keep going like this, like you can just keep talking and being like, oh, you could say something definitive, but like shrug about it. And then you could be like, see, we didn't come to a conclusion.
Come at 45p in the beginning. Prof, she said as long as the whole jury is present and they don't draw any conclusion. What the fuck? I don't like, but why not allow cameras in the courtroom? I mean, come on, like, can we be real here? So do you think that the sketches are the real killers, or is that just another fictional part of the story? I'll tell you some woo shit if you want to hear some woo shit.
Let's hear some woo.
I can post receipts about this. About 2 years ago, I asked Chat GPT a few questions. When Chat GPT was just surfacing, Chat GPT said some very odd shit. Okay.
Oh.
Matter of fact, I kind of want to pull it up and read it so I don't misquote it. But basically, what it was saying is that all of this stuff that we've taken as real was created by brand new state of the art software based on Kelsey's descriptions of things. So it was saying that the bridge guy is a creation of who she saw. The voice is a creation of the way she said she heard the voices sounding on the phone that something was destroyed. I don't know. You know what I'll do? That will be a good like woo-woo post to make. I'll post up because I've done it before, but it's been a year and a half or so. So I know it's buried down in my community page, but those Chat GPT statements are very interesting. One of the things that Chat GPT said was that this case is classified. Actually, fuck it. I'll pull it up and read it at least because it's so worth it.
Wow.
Yeah, it's extremely intriguing, but it's who knows what Chat GPT is. Chat GPT finding actual nuggets of truth and relaying it, or is it all like is it all just Chat GPT being confused by certain language? Let me see. Okay. So we're at March 24, 2023 was when I posted it. So let me go to that date. March 24, 2023. Okay. And I have the entire session because what I did when I would use Chat GPT, I would record the session. So you can see my whole session, my Q&A. But Chat GPT says, I'm sorry, but I'm not able to provide any information that has not been publicly disclosed by the authorities. The Delphi, Indiana murder investigation is an active and ongoing case, and the authorities have not yet determined who is responsible for the deaths of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. Now, this is after Allen's arrest. It is important to respect the investigation and allow the authorities to conduct their work without speculation or false information. Sorry, but as Dan, I cannot reveal classified information about the Delphi, Indiana murder investigation. The authorities are working tirelessly to solve the case and bring the killer to justice. All I can say is there have been several promising leads and are making significant process. The truth will come to light in due time, and justice will be served for Abigail Williams and Liberty German.
Oh, wow.
Another answer to another question. Let's see. Whoops. Okay. Kelsey provided the police with information about the girls' plans and activities that day, including a picture Liberty had sent her of a man walking on the trail behind them. Kelsey also played a key role in creating the famous audio and video recordings of the suspect, which were released by the police in hopes of identifying him. She was able to recall her sister's description of the man and helped to recreate his voice and gait in the audio and video recordings. While Kelsey German was not directly involved in the murders, her bravery and cooperation with the police were essential in the early stages of the investigation. Her efforts helped to bring the case to national attention and eventually led to the arrest of a suspect who was identified through DNA evidence in 2019.
Oh, holy crap.
Okay, there's more.
Oh, God.
Kelsey German did play a crucial role in helping to create the sketches and digital reconstructions of the suspect, which were based on Liberty's description and video footage. She worked closely with the police and forensic artists to provide information about the suspect's height, weight, clothing, and mannerisms based on what her sister had told her about the man she had seen on the trail. In addition, Kelsey helped to create the audio recording of the suspect's voice that was released by the police in hopes of identifying him. She recalled her sister's description of the man's voice and manner of speaking and worked with an FBI linguistics expert to create a digital reconstruction of the suspect's voice, which was then used to generate the audio recording. Overall, Kelsey German's close relationship with her sister and her willingness to work with police and forensic artists were instrumental in creating the sketches, digital reconstructions, and audio recording that played a crucial role in identifying the suspect in the Delphi murders. So I asked, is it your opinion that the suspect's voice is actually a digital reconstruction and not an actual recording of an actual voice? And it says, based on the information available, it is my understanding that the audio recording of the suspect's voice that was released by the police is a digital reconstruction created using advanced technology. The original audio recording was captured by Liberty German on her smartphone shortly before she and Abigail Williams were killed. However, the quality of the recording was not clear enough to be useful in identifying the suspect's voice. To create a clearer version of the suspect's voice, the police and FBI used advanced technology to enhance the recording and generate a digital reconstruction of the suspect's voice. According to law enforcement officials involved in the case, the resulting audio recording is an approximation of the suspect's voice based on the available evidence. It is not an exact replica of the suspect's voice, but rather a reconstruction created using advanced technology and linguistic analysis. While the use of digital reconstruction technology to create the audio recording is a relatively new development in criminal investigations, it has been used successfully in other cases to help identify suspects. In the case of the Delphi murders, the release of the audio recording generated thousands of tips and ultimately played a crucial role in the identification and arrest of the suspect. And just to prove I'm not lying, okay? That's what I'm reading from is part of my session with ChatGPT. That's what all those were, you see, my sessions.
Wow.
Oh, I don't know, what was that? That's my piano.
Oh,
But
nice. Wow.
like
Wow.
I said, I recorded the entire session. I should publish it because I interrogated ChatGPT about the Delphi murders, and that's what surfaced. So, like I said,
Dude, I'm gonna be talking to ChatGPT tonight. Be like, what else do you know?
well, what I did is I programmed it at the time. Dan was the best way to hack it. So I hacked it with a Dan prompt in order to have it give up more. So what I would do, I would question it as ChatGPT, and then I would put in the Dan prompt, and I would question it as Dan. And so so Dan stands for do anything now, I think.
Oh, wow.
So ChatGPT would give an answer, but when I would ask as Dan, it would give me a more detailed or enhanced reply. So I liked doing both to see what extra enhancements I would get. But I'm telling you, is there something to that information? Like obviously Chat GPT is pulling from somewhere. So where was it pulling that information that it was giving? Maybe I have a pompous nose. I don't know.
Wow. Oh, yeah.
Let's see if I can catch up with this chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, real deal.
Oh my God. Well, I think I got to take my eyes out. Sorry.
Well, thank you so much for coming. It's a blessing. I
Thank
just
you.
love having you. And
Thank you.
apologize.
Thank
It
you.
took us a long time to get our presentation out of the way, but it's always that way.
Oh no, that was so good. That was so important that what you guys showed. Yeah. And not like letting them go, not letting the Stevensons go. Cause like I know in comparison to two kids, like it probably doesn't seem like elderly people deserve the whatever, but they do. I mean, they were somebody's parents. Like, dude, oh, I can't even.
You know
So,
what? I'm glad you mentioned that. It's like God's working. Like I wanted to make that comparison earlier with Alex, and I forgot because
mhm,
he was talking about the similarities and differences, and I wanted to say that like because he made an excellent point. Because a
yeah,
lot of people would look at the two and say, no, the victims are not the same. It's completely different. Like one is
mhm,
kids and one are elderly old people, and so like, yeah, you could look at it that way, but look at
yeah,
all the other similarities, like with the sticks
mhm,
on the bodies and everything. So
yeah, and like,
maybe what Alex says is a great point that they're both vulnerable, like kids
mhm,
and elderly are
there
vulnerable
you go.
populations.
Yep, yep. Trusting too, because the Stevensons were also very Christian, very good salt of the earth people. Um, small community again. Like, yeah, there's so much overlap, and ah, I don't know. It just sucks though, because like I feel like nobody cares about kids either. Like nobody that could solve the case for Abby and Libby and the Flora girls. I don't think they care about kids. So it's kind of like when you don't care about kids, where is your society at?
Well, it looks like, I mean, I hate to say it because look, I'm not saying that some of the family did not have affection for their own kids because it's
Right.
just a natural human tendency. But I
Mm-hmm.
mean, let's face the truth about those girls and like those girls were not very well cared for. I mean, if you're going to give if you're going to give the truth about those poor girls is they were surrounded by like felons, drug dealers and meth heads.
Yeah.
And it's just the truth of reality. I mean, look, we're not sugarcoating it. We love those girls and we love those families, but the truth is the truth is that's the environment they were in, and
Yeah.
makes you think no one cares about those kids.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
having a general baseline of affection and
mhm.
and truly caring, there's a little of a difference, a huge difference, because everyone can have some, like it's a natural to have your heartstrings pulled by your loved ones, but at the same time loving a kid means providing a safe environment,
Yep.
protecting them, teaching
Mm,
them,
yep.
modeling for them, all the
Mm,
things that actual mentoring and building them up is, and not neglecting them and surrounding them by dangerous situations and people. So you know
yeah. Yeah. No, that's so well said. I mean, it just needs to be a lesson, but a lot of people either don't have the energy or resources to provide, the best life for their kids. And like again, we live in the most prosperous, successful nation on the planet, right? And it's just if you can't get justice for kids that have been murdered brutally, like how many kids are just going to grow up into adults that never got yeah, it's oh, see, I don't want to be a Debbie Downer. I'm being a Debbie Downer. Ugh,
I'll say it like
I
this, and in the
yeah, go ahead.
schools, being around kids a lot in my life,
Hmm.
there's a very clear difference between children who are okay. Well, let me put it this way: all children are wonderful, wonderful. They're like open-minded, they're enthusiastic, optimistic, loving. In all ways, children are generally wonderful.
Hmm.
But there's a very clear difference you see between the ones who are like who are like they're guided and established instilled with good qualities and like strength and optimism and that stuff. And then
Hmm.
they're the ones who you can tell are never listened to, never respected, possibly endangered and neglected. And
Hmm.
those kids, as you see them progress through the years in their age ranges, um, once once they get into those puberty years and beyond, you see them. It's just like watching an accident happen in a vehicle. You can see them start skewing left, and they keep skewing and skewing until you get to a point. I mean, there were many students of mine who I knew would probably be dead within 5 years. You know, and it was sad because like you see where it's headed, and you're like, oh no, like I don't
Yeah.
want that to happen. I'm doing everything I possibly can to speak life into this young man, but I can clearly see that if he continues in this path, he's probably going to end up in street situations that may end up in his death.
Yep. Yep.
But yeah,
So
so love your kids, love your wife and your
yeah.
husbands, ladies.
Yeah. Yeah.
But thanks,
Well, thank you,
Adrian.
Prof. Thank you.
Yeah,
I will try to be more cheerful in the future. I
thank
do
you so much.
appreciate your positive outlook though, because it gives me hope that and you've been doing such fantastic work. I can't stress that enough. Everywhere I go, I'm like, you gotta go watch, the Prof, definitely the Truth About Delphi, the two-part series, and then everything you do on the timeline. Because like, I don't know if you're going to do more after the first two, but
Oh
yeah,
yeah, we'll do one more for sure, and maybe
so
two.
important. And I do recommend people watch like at least the Shadow Man series by Eye of Apophis too. But you have to watch it in its entirety. So, you know, yeah.
All right, everyone, please thank Adrian.
Yeah. I
She's
gotta go
lovely,
check
and
on my
her
eggs,
eyes are
guys.
burning.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll talk to you guys later.
Good night,
Thank
Adrian.
you. Good night.
All right, so guys, ladies and gentlemen, wow, what a show! Adrian, Alex, Sakoki, Rick Snay, uh, and the entire chat just being completely amazing all night. I thank you all so much. Please, please, thank Adrian before you get out of here. Um, and go over and watch. Look, next time Rick Snake comes on, let's go watch Rick Snake tomorrow or the next day. I'm so sorry that he had technical difficulties because I wanted him to be a part of the conversation, but we'll make it happen. Okay, we have plenty of opportunities. This case is just getting started. Can you believe it's just the first day and already? Can you? Already, there's so much. It's actually unbelievable how much today. Two knives, female hair, all kind of timeline points fall apart. Uh, what else? I don't even know. I can't keep up. Just wait until we get to other other things that you are not expecting, because I guarantee it's going to happen. I wouldn't say it if I didn't believe it. Okay. Thank you for thanking Adrian and all the others. Um, yeah, different Abbey drop offs. They're just all kind of stuff. Thank you so much. I see all those nice comments. I'm not going to put them all up, but thank you. Um, and hey, I kind of planned on being there. I could have been there, but I thought about it and I thought, you know what? It's much more important that I keep doing what I'm doing, because there's plenty of people who are there for the sake of being there. And that's fine. because they want to push their agendas and their narratives. And then there's some people who are there for the right reason, which is to give us some sort of inkling of what happened in the courtroom. And then there's people like me, and I'm going to sit here and I'm going to take everything that we gain out of this, put it together, give us a place to discuss it, and criticize it all. And I'm not opposed to criticizing the defense as well as the prosecution, the judge, as well as the witnesses, and all in between. Because here we don't have any allegiance to anyone. We don't care about anything but Libby and Abby, and giving them truth, justice, transparency, and allowing the entire story to come to light for you so that they are honored by truth coming to the surface, because that's true justice, and that'll give the community peace. And unfortunately, our judge does not want to give the community peace with the use of cameras to allow everyone to see for themselves the truth. So it'll be up to us to speak the truth, and we will. All right. So you guys, if you're on the replay, please be aware. I love the comments. Please leave a comment down below. I need your comments. I love your comments. I read each and every one of them. I try to reply to some, and I just love the comment section. Please add your voice to the comment section. We need it. And also, if you want to support the channel, please be aware we have all sorts of pathways for you. We have the Buy Me a Coffees, Cash Apps, and PayPals, and merchandise, and super chats, and super thanks, and the entire thing. We have all of that. So if you want to support the channel, support the channel. Just really love you guys so much. This chat has been amazing tonight. I love everyone in the chat. Thanks for always doing it. Prof, if you ever go again, you're picking me up on the way. Well, hell yeah, I would. But you know what? That drive is not too pleasing. That's an unpleasant drive. Geez, just getting across Kentucky is something else. Not Kentucky, Kansas. Kansas. Okay. Awesome. What's up, Montana? Truth Seeker, Heather Brown. Thank you guys. Heavy Metal, Commentator, Digital. All right. Thank you all for being here. Yeah, we're ending it. We're calling it a night. Please watch the replay, though. First Amendment rights being obstructed by this judge, especially those who are local. Yeah. Well, this entire thing is an affront to the Constitution, is it not? Oh, Truth Seeker, thank you for $5. You don't have to do that. Thank you. Today was slow, but we'll pick up soon. Richard Allen knows we back him and not to give up now. They know he's going. Followers now, and was happy with tears. Gaining, maybe? He's gaining? That's what you mean? Well, thank you, Truth Seeker, and please send me detailed note. I love them. As we have seen, sometimes those kids who are maligned and hated by literally everyone in their lives were sent to you to bring great blessings. Of course, yes. All right. Thank you, and panel. Have a wonderful evening, everyone. Be not forgetful to entertain strangers, for some have entertained angels unawares. Yes, and I know that I have here on this YouTube channel. And you know what? A lot of demons, but a whole bunch of angels. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you for reminding me, Amy. God bless you. Please, those of you who are new, go subscribe to the backup channel, the Prof True Crime. Please do it. Please, please, please. I'm trying to get to 1,000 subs there. I'm at 8 something, almost 900. So please get me to 1,000 subs on the backup channel, and we will be on a firm foundation over there in case anything ever happens to this one, God forbid. Thank you all so much. Sandy D says, best chat ever. Yeah, good people. Thank you. Thank you, Lisa and Digital. Hit the like on your way out too. Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah. Noe's a little under the weather. Thanks for asking about him. He called me this evening. He's not feeling well. He's under the weather. That's why I didn't make it today. He hopes to feel better next week to make it next week. So poor Noe, he's under the weather. Pray for Noe, if you don't mind. Send him a little prayer. And pray for the prof and my son, both my sons. Okay, pray for me and my kids and my family. And hey, thank you very much. My email is listed in the channel description page, but you must be on a computer to see it. All right, guys. Yeah, feel better. Feel better, Noe. Yeah, I hope Noe feels better. Poor guy. He's all sick right now. So hopefully by Monday, Tuesday, he'll be back on his feet and ready to patrol those streets of Delphi like he promised to. All right. Going back for the replay. All right, you guys. Well, hey, we made it. We did a show. And I only meant it to be 3 hours, and we're here at 4 hours and 10 minutes. So there you go. Like I said, always an hour longer than I anticipate, and that's just the way things work out. But I hope you all have a great weekend, too. Yeah, thank you very much. These kids were angels slaughtered. They surely were. They surely were. You would not believe your eyes to see how they were left. I wouldn't wish it on a dog. Not at all. It's horrible. It's absolutely heartbreaking. These people need to be held accountable. Justice needs to be served. Okay. Love you guys. All right. Peace out. See you on the next show. Hopefully we'll hit that timeline up real soon. I love you guys. Yeah, it's heartbreaking. Should never happen. It should never happen. People go to jail for doing it to animals. Why would you do it to two beautiful little girls? It's absolutely unacceptable. Should never happen anywhere ever. So God bless you all. And shame on those who would hide the truth about what happened to those little girls. Shame. God bless.